Los Angeles Lakers and the King, Ramon James, was going to actually, somehow fall to the Houston Rockets. I know that there was a, you said the debate is over. Exactly. Come on now, Sean. Come through, Sean. For the people who thought that, like, oh, Luka's out, AR's out, the Lakers have the Rockets in the first round, it's a wrap. And not only has it been BTA built to ass, but last night, when it kind of looked like sketchy, pulled it out. Anyway, guys, if you don't mind, we're going to get some debates going here. So tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and we'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift codes to these little 1-cent gift codes right now. It's the love you very much. So if we can knock those out, that'll really, really help. And share the live maybe once or twice. That helps a lot. But more than sharing the live, if you could repost the live, that helps a ton. Reposting the live helps so much. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button as you come in. It'll help push the VOD out. I want to get as many people, get as many thumbs up as people we have watching. We're going to go ahead and get started. Like I said, this is Sparring with Santana, 101 debates with Trump supporters. And if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're looking for some debates. Let's get active.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm
the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom. Shout out to Three Little Sisters. 500 minutes is crazy. That's crazy. Guys, if we could, can we knock out the love you very much, the little 1-cent goals? Please, please, please.
Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flames.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hey, thank you, Terry. That was in the chat for Terry. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, 101 debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, I need you to do your part. Please, 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 to ensure that we are driving the live out to the FYP and we're getting people in here to get these debates going. I need you tapping the screen, sharing the live, sending your daily heart me. It's only one coin. And also, I keep resetting these gift goals to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out and continue to do so, it'll push us out to the FYP. It'll get more people in here. Sorry, lips were feeling a little chapped, guys. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, or Kick, yep, I said it. Yep, I said it. Yep, I know you guys have been judging me, but whatever, we're on Kick too. And you would like to debate me, the only thing that you have to do is click that link that's in the pinned message. I am even dropping it in the actual chat, right? So you do not have to be on TikTok to come up and debate me. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and you can get up here and debate me. Debate me on what? Debate me on the fact that America doesn't care. Point blank, period. America does not care. And when I say America does not care, I'm not being like exclusive as far as who I'm talking about. I'm talking about all of America, right? Multiple parts of America. I'm talking about Republicans, right? Republicans don't care about, hell, a lot of things. They don't care about Epstein survivors first and foremost. And it's funny that every single Republican who has come up here has not pushed back on that premise. Hey, thank you, Tina. They have not pushed back on that premise about like not caring about Epstein survivors. They've just acquiesced to that. But we know that they don't care about Epstein survivors, women, children, the economy. There's a shit ton that they don't care about. Moderate Democrats don't care about our country. For the moderate Democrats to be the quote unquote good guys, they are very weak. And if you're someone who considers yourself to be a quote unquote moderate Democrat, sorry, hate to break this to you, but it's you. It's not us, it's you. Come up here, let's talk about it. White men don't care about anything except power. The funny thing about that is even if they don't have power, they only care about power. Fucking mind blowing. Let's talk about it. White women don't care about white supremacy. They don't. I know that it may sound harsh, but if you guys, for some reason, don't understand it and you disagree, get up here. Let's talk about it. And last but not least, BLAGA, FBA, you don't care about black people. You're anti-black as fuck. I had an interesting conversation yesterday with someone that was FBA, and my inbox, my DM was flooded with people who considered themselves to be FBA, but yet I told them, I said, come up here and debate me. And let's see what happens, because they apparently were upset about yesterday. Anyway, we'll get to it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with some of the things.
Okay.
When you have something about moderate Democrats.
Yes.
Well, because I'm a communist, I don't like moderate Democrats myself. But my question is, I think we always talk about like, moderate Democrats, Democrats in general are bad, they're preventing progress, which is true. But my question would be is, in 2028, if they put up a moderate Democrat candidate, would you still vote for them?
I'm not sure. Wait, hold on. I'm not sure what that has with disagreeing with the actual background. I mean, I'm not talking about the appointment of 2028 moderate Democrats. I'm saying right now, the people who align themselves with being moderates are the holdup and the issue. And so when I say that, I'm more so talking about the people who have the ability to put the people in power, i.e. we need to force the progression of the Democratic Party, where they're running on things that are more towards socialism, right? I know you said that you're a communist, but we need to have people who are willing to at least work towards a socialistic society and things along those lines. But the point being is, the way to actually debate that point would be someone who thinks that being a moderate Democrat is a good or acceptable thing. And so if that's not you, then we wouldn't be debating on that point.
Oh, and the one about the FBA thing. So by lineage, I would consider myself a Black American.
Yeah, same here.
So my question is, what are the political disagreements that you have with FBA?
No, it's not about politics. It's about the fact that they don't care about Black people and they're anti-Black.
Okay, could you explain how they are? Because I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but I would just say, why do you think that?
Okay, wait. So if you don't necessarily disagree, then again, that wouldn't be a debate. I don't want to roll out a debate if we're not going to actually debate the topic. So in order to debate that one, your position would have to be absolutely not. BLAGA and or FBA are not anti-Black, and they actually do care about Black people. That's how we would.
Wait, what's BLAGA? What's BLAGA? I never heard. What's BLAGA?
Black MAGA.
Oh yeah, they're anti-Black for sure. But I don't think necessarily being FBA inherently means that you are anti-Black. Because wouldn't you be considered FBA by your lineage?
Yeah, but I don't classify myself. I'm referring to the people who walk around and classify themselves as FBA and actually draw a line in the sand across the diaspora or diaspora.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart meat. It's only one coin. It will boost the live, push us out to the FYP. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, the only thing that you have to do is click the link and it will get you up here so we can actually get to these debates. Now, with that being said, one thing that I do want to make sure that I kind of chime in on and round up again, the two groups that have had visceral reactions around the point that I have, which the 2 points are the most pertinent points, is number one, like I was just saying, BLAGA/FBA. They don't care about Black people and they're anti-Black. It's been super interesting to see the actual backlash, outpour, and just the vehement, immediately, they were triggered. They were just so triggered yesterday with saying, oh, I don't understand what you didn't understand about what she was talking about. And it's so interesting that anyone who claims to be FBA is saying that I don't, no. I understand, right? There was never an issue with understanding. I just did not agree. And that's the point that I tried to get across to Badger yesterday. And I'm wondering if anyone who claims to be FBA, if they're gonna actually be able to answer the question, because the question that I left with Badger was, how are you going to do it, right? Because if you're FBA, you're not advocating for unity across the diaspora. You're literally, for people who are saying, what's FBA? If you have to question what's FBA or what's BLAGA, that's not your conversation. That's a black topic. Anyway, if you're not going to create unity across the Black diaspora, then how are you going to create enough unity to implement the tasks that you're trying to achieve, right? Because the whole point was they don't care about Black people outside of Black Americans. Okay, cool. That's their stance. And so they said, they're like, oh, well, there's 44 million Black Americans. Okay, that's cool. There's 350 plus million people here in the United States. And you're talking about 44 million people that are classified as Black Americans, people that would fall into the group and category of FBA, which you are pushing for. Myself, I would be someone that would fall within that 44 million number. And so my question was, how do you unify that 44 million then, right? Because if you're saying that you don't want to get the help and you have no interest in aligning with Black people that are not classified as Black Americans, then cool, how do you unify the 44 million? I flat out said, convince me. I'm here, I'm open, convince me to actually champion the initiative and the actual point that you're coming from. And there was no way to do so. There was no way for her to convince me that I should be a bastion for FBA. There was no way for her to convince me that I should actually somehow use my platform and my voice to amplify the message of FBA, because it's nonsensical. FBA is nonsensical because they don't have a plan, they don't have structure, they don't have unity, they just have big ass feelings. That's it. That's literally it. They just got big ass feelings. They're just out here fucking running off vibes and hate. It's fucking insane and causing so many issues and harm. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Anyway, that was the first group that had an actual outpour of emotion yesterday. The other group that had an outpour of emotion, which it seems like that it's still kind of hard for them to figure this point out, and they're still like they're really struggling with this. And white women. The entire point of me saying white women don't care about white supremacy is for us to have the tough conversation. And I think that a lot of white women who has looked at themselves as being quote unquote allies has lacked the ability and comprehension to see how allyship is performative. And so since allyship is absolutely performative, there's been a lack of accountability and a lack of action and follow through when it comes to what women do when they actually white women do when they say that they don't like white supremacy or they care about white supremacy. And the point being is if you are a white woman and you care about white supremacy, then the questions that I have should be easy peasy. You should be able to run through the logic train, thought process, and show me exactly how you care about white supremacy. Not that you say you don't like it and it's bad. You should be able to actually say, look, Santana, this is it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, boom. And if you can do that, then I'm willing to acquiesce. But to this point, I have not had a white woman who disagrees with the point come up and be able to specifically tell me why that's wrong. But those are the two groups that had the biggest reaction yesterday. Let's see what happens today. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I did want to say that it's all bigger than we realize.
Okay, but are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree that it's not as big as it seems.
That's not something that's on the background. Please respect the boundaries of the live. If you don't actually disagree with the point, then I'm looking for a debate. I don't want to say, oh, you're not looking at the big picture, or like, do you specifically disagree with something?
Trump is the Antichrist, and this is spiritual.
Okay, yeah, I don't care about that. Like, seriously, you guys, it really bothers me that people, for some reason, don't understand boundaries and don't understand consent. And you guys don't get to just say what you want to say because you want to say it. Like that's so rude and disrespectful. You don't just go on someone's live and say, I know your live is about pizza, but I want to talk about shoes. That's weird. Please respect the boundaries of the live. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Absolutely.
You're kind of breaking up. Your signal's bad.
Hello?
Okay, that's better. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree?
Santana. Hi.
Oh, hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a delay now?
So Blaga FBA, Blaga FBA, black people. What does that exactly mean?
You don't. That's not your topic if you don't know what it is. It sounds like we have a delay. I'm gonna say, can you hear me?
No, I know what foundational. I know what foundational Black America is. That's the whole organization.
I have a question. I have a question.
They're like we would.
Can you stop? I'm saying it seems like you have a delay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to speak, and then as soon as I stop speaking, I need you to speak now.
Yo.
Yeah, it's about a 3 to 4 second delay.
There's a delay. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, there's about a 3 to 4 second delay. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you're connected to Wi-Fi or you could or whatever.
Let me go back down and then come back up real quick.
Okay.
Let me go back up.
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live, knock out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting it to the little 1-cent gift goals. It'll push us out to the FYP. Okay.
Right. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to try one more time. I'm going to stop talking. And as soon as I do, I just want you to respond now.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Is that better?
It seems like it's better. Okay, perfect. So you said you disagree with something on the background. That's fine. I was saying the Blaga FBA. That's not your topic. So
why is it not my topic though?
Are you black?
So I can't talk about it if I'm not black.
Correct. Just like I don't let white men talk about the white woman topic. I don't let the actual because that's my boundaries. If you're not black, I have no
white men can't talk about white women.
No,
I don't get that.
Yeah, if you're not black, then I don't care about what your opinion is about from this perspective of Blaga or FBA. You don't have that perspective.
Of course, unless you're a white woman, though, because then that changes
white women
everything.
Don't get to talk about the black topic either. Also don't let black people talk about the white woman topic or even white men. So like this is not something that's unique to just white people. Again, I don't want to actually have that conversation with people who don't represent that group and have that position to defend. So anyway, which point on the background do you disagree with that you would like to talk about?
Yeah, we were samurais and shit. We was gangs and shit. White women, white supremacy?
No,
we're not. Oh, white
so
women.
Your actual options are: you can talk about white men; they don't care about anything but power. You can talk about Republicans, or you can tell me how you still support Donald Trump as of today. Which one of those would you like to engage in?
How about white men being in power?
Okay, perfect. Give me a second. We're going to do a quick intro to who I am and what this is, and then we'll get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, I need you to do your part. If you don't mind, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It will boost the live, push us out to the FYP, and knock out the daily gift goal. I just reset it to the little pink heart puffs. If we can keep knocking those out, it'll push us out so we can get more people in here for some debates. Aerosol, so you said that you want to debate the topic as far as white men and the fact that they don't care about anything but power. Tell me why you say that that's incorrect and why white men care about more than just power.
I mean, white men care about as much as power as any other, man, I mean, I don't think there's something in my white skin that makes me so driven to just, conquering, and, I need to, I see that 7-Eleven on the corner. I just want to introduce my bloodline to it and eradicate.
Can you tell me what white
there.
men care about that's outside of power? Can you start with substantiating the things that they actually care about that's not power?
I don't know what you mean, but like every race has colonized.
Yeah, that's not the question. I need you to really try to focus. Let's set a baseline. So you're saying that you disagree with the point. I do mind. You're saying that white men absolutely care about more than power. I'm saying, okay, let's go down that diatribe. First and foremost, if you're saying that they care about more than just power, can you tell me the things that they care about that's outside of power? What do they care about where they're not willing to sacrifice that thing for power?
I don't know, bro. White people are the same as any other people, bro. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
So are you saying that you're unable to actually substantiate the claim because there's nothing else that you can think of that white men care about where they wouldn't give that thing up for power?
Santana, why do you always wear that hat?
I wear multiple hats. I just got this one. My Carolina Panthers are drafting and I'm showing support to my team. Can you answer the question? What other things outside of power do white men care about that they would not trade that thing for power?
You know what? You're lucky I don't slap that fucking chin
I
strap.
know. Listen. Stop crashing. No, I refuse to let you crash out. I know you're trying to run and crash out because you don't have anything, and I refuse. You're going to be a good boy. You're going to sit down, and you're going to defend your point. Now, I'm walking you through this, and the question I have, no crashy. I need you to tell me, outside of power, what do white men care about?
Their families.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying that white men care about power care about their family more than they care about power. And are you saying that they would be unwilling to trade the health, well-being, or their families in order to gain power? Is that what you're saying?
You are bald with a receding hairline, Santana. I don't take anything you say seriously.
Hey. I hear you. Can you actually substantiate the point? Because you know what? At this point, you're conceding. You know for a fact that you don't have anything, and so you keep trying to run. Now, would you please? I need you to actually lock in for me, Bub. Are you saying that white men care about their family so much so with the wealth, health, and well-being of their family that they would not trade the health, wealth, and well-being of their family in order to access and maintain power? Is that what you're saying?
Let's have a boxing match.
Okay, sure. Let's have a boxing match after we finish the debate. Can you answer the question? At this point, you are conceding that you know that you're wrong and you're proving my point. Aerosol, please answer the question.
I don't know, Santana. How much do you weigh and how tall are you?
6'3.5", 285. Can you please answer the question? At this point, you're proving me right. So what I'm going to do, I'm muting you. No. I'm muting you. I need you to answer the question. Are you saying that white men care more about their family than power, meaning that they would not trade the health, wealth, and well-being of their family in order to access or maintain power? Can you please answer the question?
I changed it, actually. An MMA match. I'm going to hit an Illuminati.
Okay, so Aerosol, this is what I'm going to do now. Because I see you in here frequently. I know you follow me. I know you and I've actually spoken before, right? Stop. I'm being really honest with you at this moment. I need you to hear me. At this point, I know that you like to come in here and debate. And so I want to have you here and I want you to debate. I would just like you to defend your position. I'm going to give you the question one more time. And if you are unwilling to defend your position, stop. If you're unwilling to defend your position, then what we're going to do is I'm going to turn this over to the chat and give them the option to not kick you, but permaban you. I don't want to do that. I think that we can actually have a debate. But at this point, if you're unwilling to engage, I will give it to the chat, and it's going to be their option. So please answer the question. If you're saying that white men, if you're saying that white men care more about their family than they care about power, is it your stance that white men would not trade the wealth, health, and well-being of their family to access or maintain power?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can you tell me more about why you say that?
Because what would enable a white man to have any sort of level of greed above that of someone of different color?
Yeah, that's not the actual point. We're not talking about other races. We're specifically talking about the actual access to power that white men currently have. White men sit at the top of the patriarchal system, and they have held that access to the top of the patriarchal system, and they have been shown to actually trade any and everything in order to maintain that power at the top of the patriarchal system. Now, can you explain to me how? Why do you think that they are unwilling to trade the health, wealth, and well-being of their family in order to keep access to power when they have done things like over the 250-year history of our country, they have passed legislation that has hurt, harmed, and put in danger not only their families, but our country? And then even if you take a look at the most recent vote, a majority of the white men showed up and voted for Donald Trump at a higher clip than any other president, not Republican, but any other president in the history of the United States, while Donald Trump is a sexist, racist, classist, and a fascist, while at the same time saying that he was going to raise our prices, and he did, they still supported him to protect the spot that was at the top of the patriarchal system, understanding that this person was going to harm them, their family, and our country.
These are some shitty prompts that you got, Santana. I'm not gonna lie.
Would you like to answer the question?
No, I just think the prompts are shitty. You won't let me ask you a question.
Okay. You know what? This is what we'll do. It's fine. It's fine. I'll let you, whatever question you have, you can go ahead with your question. But now, since you've been like unwilling to actually engage, I will open it up to the chat. And this is how it's going to go from this point. This is how it's going to go from this point. I'm not going to mute you anymore. I'm willing to answer whatever questions you have. You can take me down through whatever diatribe, thought logic you have. We can talk about it. But I am opening this up, and this will be a permaban option, meaning chat. If you would like to actually not only get them out of here, but permaban, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. It has to go through the actual pay links. It can't, sorry, YouTube, it can't go through YouTube.
Fucking pig.
So it has to go through the actual pay links. $250 is the permaban. Now, I'm not going to mute you anymore, and I'm not going to stop you from whatever you want to talk about. I know, but let me just finish. I promise you, I'm not going to mute you anymore. I'm going to let you talk about whatever you want to talk about, and whatever questions. Whatever, it's fine. I don't care. But Aerosol, I'm just letting you know that at this point, it's out of my control. I will keep you up here as long as the chat wants you here. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, whatever questions you have. We can go wherever you want. But just know that I'm just want to finish. Aerosol, I promise you I'm going to give you the floor. Just have patience, just a few more moments. I'm just letting you know where we are. The ball is now in your court. The only thing that you have to do to not get permaban is 1, don't be insufferable. 2, don't antagonize the chat. And 3, just bring sources and information for whatever you talk about. So, Aerosol, floor is yours. Not going to mute you anymore. You said you have a question for me. What question is that?
All right. Well, I don't have any sources. I just want you to meet me in Vallejo, the Bay Area of San Francisco. I want you to meet me there so we could get some sparring in.
Okay, perfect. So I will actually be traveling to San Francisco. I think it's in June. Yeah. I think I have to go to San Francisco in June. So help me understand. What are you talking about? You're saying that you want a boxing match. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm more than willing to do that. I actually have extensive background. You said MMA, and I've never done MMA. But
no, we're doing MMA. Your joints can't handle. Your joints can't keep up.
No, that's fine. I've never trained in MMA, so I decline that. But I will box you, right? I do have. I have a background in. I've taken Aikido. I've taken kickboxing, and I've also boxed. So I have extensive background.
We're doing it bare knuckle. You know that, right?
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. Yeah. Like, just FYI, like that. I'm so confused as far as why you think, for some reason, like you saying that you want to actually box me is something that would somehow put any type of trepidation in my heart.
The thing is, Santana, is that I'm the number 700 ranked bantamweight in the USA.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I hear you. I absolutely hear you. I'm telling you, that's fine. This is what we can do. As long as you don't make the permaban, because you'll be able to communicate with me if you don't make the permaban. So FYI, like, maybe you should lock in. But this is what we'll do. You can shoot me a DM. I will tell you when I'm going to be there, and we can set it up. When I tell you, I am not afraid. Can I please finish my sentence?
All right.
Can I please finish my sentence? Can I please finish my sentence?
Finish your sentence, bro.
Perfect. So, with that being said, we can set that up. That's fine. But the point that I need to get to now, because I would really like to actually debate something and stop talking about things that won't happen until June. You can DM me. We're good.
It'll happen, but
that's fine. It'll happen in June.
I want to ask you a question for clarification, because it's very important. I'm not from the shitty Vallejo Bay Area. I'm not from shitty California. I'm in New York. If you want to fight me, you're gonna have to make some time and come here at some point.
You said Vallejo, California. You just said that.
Yeah, I lied.
Oh, so
I wanted to get you amped up.
Wait. So you lied about offering to actually box me, but then
I don't live. I'm sorry, I don't live in Vallejo.
Can I finish my sentence? Like, seriously. So your entire premise was that you thought that you would goat me into some type of fight, and I would say no or stop or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna finish my sentence.
Come to New York. I'll meet you in either of those places, bro.
Okay, like I said, I'm going to finish my sentence. Your entire premise was that you thought that I was going to somehow decline it or say no or whatever, and I'm telling you, yes, I'm willing to accept that, because one, like, fine, but two, I'm actually going to be in the area that you said that I was going to be in June. But now you're saying that, oh, actually, I'm not in that area. You have to come somewhere else. What type of sense does that make now that I gave you what you want, and now you're changing and say, actually, I'm not going to be there. You have to meet me somewhere else. That sounds like you're running.
Are you ever in New York? Are you ever in Florida?
No, I don't really go to either one of New York or Florida. I don't like Florida, but New York, I'm there like maybe a weekend. No offense, New York, but I'm not a huge fan of being in New York for long periods of time. But the point remains, is like, why would you say Vallejo, California, if that's not where you were?
Because I know that's where you're from, and I know if I say that.
Oh, I'm not from Vallejo, California. I don't know anything about that.
Let's get it on. Let's get it on. I'm going to the Bay Area.
I'm from South Carolina. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just like you have
back to South Carolina.
You just have bad information, bub.
Yeah, bub. Come back to South Carolina. See what happens. I own South Carolina now. Ever since you left, it's been my place.
Okay. Congratulations. I'm so confused as far as what you think is happening right now. Like, what do you think you're accomplishing?
I'm giving you head until you die.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm so confused as far as what you think you're accomplishing in this moment. And FYI, you do have 136 of the 250 on top of the permaban.
I am sucking your dick eternally in hell.
That's fine if that's what you want to do. Again, I think that you think that you're looking for. I know. Listen. You're crashing in, and at this point, you're looking. Stop. Shh. I know. Yes, you're chimping out. Yes, you're chimping out. Don't chimp out. Listen, boy. Don't chimp out. Shh. See, you're crashing because you're looking for any and everything to actually run. And you've been unsuccessful as rage baiting. And so you don't know what else to do. So now you're just grasping for straws. Exactly. You're at the point where you're grasping for straws because you have nothing else. This is sad. You're supposed to be an adult. And the point is, Oh yeah, and now you're trying to grift. That's fine. I'm just saying,
Yes.
listen, you're at this point, I would just really, really, really like it if you could substantiate any type of debate, any type of point, because what you're doing isn't working. You're not going to be able to rage debate me because this is the internet. And I've already offered to meet you in person, but now you're changing the actual place that you want to meet. That's how am I ducking you? Okay, serious question.
Because I said
serious question. Serious question.
Maybe in Florida.
Okay, wait for a second. Listen. If you told me to actually meet you in Vallejo, California, where it's somewhere that I've never been before, right? And I told you, okay, I will meet you there. And then after agreeing to not only meet you there, not only agreeing to actually meet you, yes, may I please? After agreeing that I will meet you there, right? You then changed the actual location because you said that you were lying and you weren't there. So the question I have,
New York anyway, bro.
The question I have is, who's ducking who? Because it seems like you're ducking me.
It seems like
because
no, we must be both ducking each other.
I agreed.
You're not coming to Florida.
I agreed, and now you're unwilling to actually. I agreed, and now you're unwilling to actually meet me there. So, like, I think that this is. I think this is silly. Can you please? Can you please? Hey, can you please lay out something you would like to debate? Because this whole bravado, machismo, like toxic masculinity, man spirit thing, it doesn't bother me. And I'm not intimidated. I know, yes, you want to engage in sexual acts with me. That's fine. Again, there's nothing that you can do that would actually threaten my masculinity. I'm not fragile. I don't care about you saying that, oh, I want to engage in gay sex with you. That's fine. I mean, like, I understand the sexuality. I understand the sexuality is a spectrum. I understand the sexuality is a spectrum, and I would never knock anyone for their sexuality. I don't care about that. I would just like for you to actually levy a debate. Please and thank you.
I'm the greatest of all time. You cannot touch me.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump today?
Because Donald Trump is my daddy, just like you're my daddy.
Okay. So, serious question for you. Is it your actual lot in life to just be weird or insignificant? I'm so confused as far as what's happening in this moment.
If I'm insignificant, why are you ducking my fade in Florida and South Carolina, dummy?
Yeah, sure. You said Vallejo, California, and now you're unwilling to actually meet at the place that you said. And just FYI, sorry, I just want to let you know that maybe you should really lock in, because again, I've seen you here a lot. I know you watch. I've talked to you before, and as of now, you have 230 of the $350 bounty for a permaban. So can you please just lock in? I know. Can you please lock in and please just lay out some form of a debate? And for anyone that's watching, and if you would like to add to the permaban, sorry, YouTube, it has to go through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. I'm begging, please lay out a debate. We can talk about Trump. We can talk about something on the background. Any and everything, just lay out a debate.
Why are you ducking my fade?
Can you please explain to me how I'm quote unquote ducking your fade when I offered to?
You're not coming to Florida. You're not coming to South Carolina. You're not coming to New York. What the fuck are you doing?
You said California, and I told you I will be in California.
You said California, and I'm not saying California anymore. I'm saying New York, South Carolina, your hometown, or fucking Florida. That's what I'm saying now. I changed my mind.
That's fine. I'll meet you in South Carolina. When?
Whenever you want.
Okay. So when? Tell me when.
Okay. What is today's date?
Today is the 25th. It's April the 25th. Tell me when.
Okay, 30th.
April the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. What part of South Carolina?
What's your hometown?
That doesn't matter. What part of South Carolina do you want to meet? Where is there a gym that you would feel comfortable meeting me at in South Carolina?
I never go to South Carolina. I know about as much as you do.
I could have sworn you said since I left South Carolina that South Carolina is yours, and then you offered to meet me in South Carolina. Why would you offer to meet me in South Carolina?
You're the king of South Carolina.
I'm not. That's weird. But you said that you wanted to meet me in South Carolina, meaning that I would assume that you had a place specifically where you have actually trained or fought or whatever in South Carolina, where you would actually like to meet to have a boxing match. Are you saying that you actually didn't have any plans to follow through?
I don't think you
Question.
When I see you,
Question.
when I see you,
I know. Question. Are you saying that you did not actually have a plan to follow through on the things that you're saying? You're just being tough on the internet?
I'll follow through with what I'm saying.
Okay, then tell me. You said the 30th. You said the 30th. Tell me where we're meeting.
For a double leg takedown, I take you down. Don't be mad at me, okay?
The question I have is, you said the 30th. Where are we meeting?
Dude, I don't know any places in fucking South Carolina. You tell me one. You grew up there.
It doesn't matter, because now you're permabanned. Like, when I tell you, I genuinely don't understand what they think they're getting from this. It's the most interesting thing that I've seen, right? Because one, we're on the internet. We're literally on the internet. Being tough on the internet gets you nowhere. Two, I think that they think because they can, one, rage bait other people or say things that make other people so uncomfortable that they immediately drop them, that they can do the same thing to me. Fun fact and spoiler alert, I'm not like other people. And number three, I think that there's a misunderstanding and a misrepresentation of the quote unquote tolerant left and the premise of quote unquote liberals, right? While I may be a leftist, and I am definitely someone that has supported and vote for the Democratic Party, I am not a quote unquote soy boy that they have like this, have this fixation on. I'm 39 years old. I'm from South Carolina. I am a registered gun owner. I am someone who grew up my entire life in multiple sports. I'm 6'3.5", 285. I have taken 3 years of Aikido. I have taken 4 years of kickboxing, and I have taken 2 years of boxing. I am not someone that is in constant worry of threat. I'm not someone that engages in actively pursuing violence, but I understand violence, and it does not worry me. W's in the chat for all the donos. W's in the chat for all the donos, and W's in the chat for the permaban. I will be saying thank you to all of the people who added to the permaban in just a moment, but let's see if we can actually get a genuine debate going on in just a moment. So if you are interested in an actual debate, if you disagree with anything on the background, or if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
Oh, hey.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Spirit, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, gonna drop you down. I disagree with everything that you say. Okay, well, come up, Trevor. I can't send you a request, but I can mute you in the comments because I don't care about what you're saying in the comments. Trevor 2011, if you disagree with everything that I say, go ahead and request up. Let's talk about it. But you're not going to get to, yip yap in the comment section. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the white women stuff. Okay.
You disagree with the point that white women don't care about white supremacy?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And so let me just say first.
Can you give me two quick seconds just to thank a couple of people, and then I'll give you the floor?
Of course.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second here. I haven't said thank you at all since the start of the live, and you guys have been fucking awesome. And plus, the first person we talked to got a permaban, which is an insane start to the stream. So there are quite a few thank yous that I have to catch up on. So if you guys don't mind, just give me half a minute. I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible. W's in the chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $5 super chat to say he's just wasting your time. He absolutely was. W's in the chat for Wendy. Holy fuck, Wendy. Wendy sent a $50 YouTube super chat. Wendy, that is crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Wendy. W's in the chat for Wendy. Wendy is always here, always showing love, and didn't send a message. Wendy just comes in, shows the love, and keeps it moving. Holy fuck, that is crazy. W's in the chat for Wendy. W's in the chat for or Get Stan, or Stanfield, I think that's what it is, who sent a $10 super chat to say, I really appreciate what you do. I'm actually scared for this damn country at the moment. So thankful, so thankful to you. Also, the caller is not the brightest bulb in the room. Thank you, Santana. Yeah, like his entire point was to actually try to rage bait me, not understanding that like that's not something that I engage in, and even more so, I like at the point of saying that the perma ban was open, it was out of my hands. It was literally out of my hands, and it was a decision of the chat, and I was going to go as long as the chat wanted to go. So W's in chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $2 super chat to say caller has a MAGA sub mentality. Yeah, I mean, I think that he exemplified what is the issue with like toxic masculinity and the manosphere that the right continues to perpetuate. So it was just that example on Front Street. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $1 donation. Thank you so much. I am happy to hear that I'm a part of your distraction, and I'm glad to hear that you are home. And yeah, like I keep taking care of yourself and keep hanging out with us. Thank you so much, Amanda. W's in the chat for Clary for the $10 that said, let's say bye-bye from the Netherlands. Love you, Santana. Love you too. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $5 donation said Perma. W's in the chat for Tip who sent $1 say, sub me and coach, I like to fight. W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Mike said, get this sucker FOH. Fuck out of here. I know that's right. Also, Mike, Lakers in 4. W's in the chat for Michael, who sent a $10 donation saying, you don't need this weird conversation. I'm okay with weird conversations. I have them all the time. W's in the chat for Janet for the $5 donation saying for the perma ban. W's in the chat for Natalie for the $2.58 to say, 58 cents to say, I grew up with violent men in my life. This caller, aura is of that of a mewing kitten. Bye-bye. Exactly. He tried to be intimidating, but that's not his lot in life. W's in chat for Mancio, I think that's how you pronounce it. Mancio, who sent a $5 donation. That guy told Brett his, oh, wow. I did not know that. That makes me even happier that we perma-banned him then, because if he actually said that to Brett, that's so fucked. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Janice for the $10 donation said, hey, Santana, hope you're having a great day. Please shout out my son, Will. What up, Will? He's participating in the NAACP culinary arts competition for his high school. Will, fucking Chef Will in the kitchen. Let's go. W's in the chat for Donna for the $50 to ban aerosol. W's in the chat for Roberta for the $20 to finish him. LOL. W's in the chat for Jenny Ann, I think that's Jenny Ann, who sent a $20 donation, said permaban. W's in the chat for Donna, who sent 20, said ban aerosol. W's in the chat for Jacqueline, who said permaban team, who sent 20. And W's in the chat for MAGA Cries, who sent a $20, said bye-bye, weak little boy. He was being weird. W's in the chat for Kyle, who sent $10, said get rid of this donut. W's in the chat for, these are all the cash apps that came in. W's in the chat for Lamar for the 10, said ban this donut. W's in the chat for Tasha, who sent 10, said drop him. What grown man wants to set up a fight? They're fragile. That's it. W's in, holy fuck, I didn't see this. Holy shit. Eureka sent $100 cash app to say permaban aerosol. Holy fuck, I didn't see that. I am so sorry. Holy shit. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. Wow. W's in the chat for Kang, who sent $5 for a permaban. W's in the chat for Lois, who sent $5, said this guy is nuts. Keep shining, Santana. He was crazy. W's in the chat for Monica for the $7 for the permaban. W's in the chat for Amanda for the 25, say please kick this asshat, Santana. Love you. I love you too. And two more that came in. W's in the chat for Avocado, who sent a $5 donation saying towards him catching this fade. I know that's right. And W's in the chat for Marilyn, who sent a $2 donation saying the patience you have, he's so fragile. Some of the stuff he said was just disgusting. I'm sorry. I love your lives and your community so much. I appreciate you, Santana. I appreciate you way more. W's in the chat for all the donos, all the permabans. You guys are so fucking amazing. I love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Massive shout out to you. I'm sorry that we had to start the live off with that, but hopefully the live gets way better. If anyone else would like to support the live, you could do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.3 thousand people hanging out, guys. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 100,000 followers. We only got 26 new followers on the stream. So please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. All right. I apologize. Floor is yours. Can you tell me why you disagree with the point that white women don't care about white supremacy? Catherine, sending you a request to come off mute. Can you tell me why you disagree with the point that white women don't care about white supremacy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Well, I care about white supremacy. I care about the patriarchy a great deal. I blame it all on the patriarchy, and I do my best to be an ally. But yesterday I was listening, and there was a woman who called, and you guys were kind of having at her, saying that she was pandering. And as she was describing the actions,
no one said anything about pandering.
Well,
I've never used that word. That's not even something that's in my lexicon.
All right, well then I'll grant you it. Maybe I supplied it. Well, anywho, she was describing the things she does to be an ally, and gosh, if she didn't describe me. And so I thought, oh geez, maybe I'm not doing things right. But then I was thinking of my own experiences and how I appreciate, like, well, for instance, she talked about putting out the yard sign. And I think you may have rolled your eyes at that point. But I've got a yard sign out in front of my house too. She described wearing a blue band. I don't know what that pertains
blue bracelet.
Blue plate. I don't know what that is. Well, if you didn't say pandering, I don't know what. I guess that was.
I said performative. I didn't say pandering.
Oh, that is the word, performative. Yeah, I have my sign out front, but I don't think I'm just being performative.
Okay. So
I guess it necessarily the case that I am?
Well, let's find out. The question, the initial question that I had to her is the same question I will give to you is, what do you do on a daily basis to actively fight white supremacy?
Well, I try to be an ally. So without being goofy, go out of my way to be courteous and kind to anyone. But I think, I come from a very waspy white family, and I know how we can all be. So I do maybe make an extra effort, and certainly I try to work within my family to improve them, and that has led to some estrangement. So even if it's performative, it's real for me, because my brother and I don't talk anymore about stuff like this.
Okay. Are you saying you and your brother don't talk anymore at all, or just talk about like politics and
well, we definitely don't talk about politics. I happen to be a lesbian. I came out in the 80s and 90s. I'm old. And my family is very, very disapproving. But like when my aunt puts a flag out in front of her house to support me, it surely is performative, but it's also a comfort to me. As a Black person, do you ever find comfort when white people do those performative things?
No, never.
Never. Oh man, like
what comfort should we have in performative actions? What substantial benefit does it have when it comes to doing anything performative? And this isn't just for like if you say that you are someone who is fighting white supremacy, but like anything that you say that you are a an advocate for, how does that actually yield any type of substantial benefit to just do something that's performative?
Well, I'll tell you why. I think because people are chickens and they're cowardly, and they look around to the left and the right to see what the people on either side of them are doing. So for instance, when I was a young person in the 90s and I would see a gay pride flag on a car or a human rights campaign flag on a car, it made me feel a little safer. I knew I was a little safer. And so I think what I do is I incorrectly, and maybe other white people incorrectly, assume that you'll get the same comfort that I experienced.
Do you think that the premise as far as like Black people can get comfort from knowing that like there's some white people that aren't willing to like harm them, hurt them, or even like kill them? Do you think that there's comfort just knowing that there's some people that won't do the things?
That's an awfully low bar, but I can imagine if I'm jogging through a neighborhood where I see a gay pride flag, I'm pretty likely not to get bashed. I mean, does none of that transfer?
No.
I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to get to, and even more so, is that no matter what you say that you're advocating for, if you don't have some type of tangible action behind what you're doing, then it yields no benefit, right? So when you say that you're an ally and you're putting a sign out in front of your home, well, the sign out in front of your home does not do anything to dismantle the systems that actually negatively affect non-white people, right? The sign does nothing to fix the racist system of redlining. The sign does nothing to improve the infant mortality rate for Black babies. The sign does nothing to actually work through the discrimination and the fact that like Black people get more prison times for the same conviction than white people with the same type of criminal background. So the sign doesn't actually affect any of those things that matter or are tangible. It honestly just makes you feel better, and that does nothing to fight white supremacy.
I'm not sure I agree with you, Santana, and I will defer to you. I defer to you, of course. I think it provokes thought. I think my neighbor sees that, knows me as a good neighbor, someone who's kind, they respect.
Is your neighbor white?
Yes, on one. Well, no, not on either side of me, but yes, my neighborhood is predominantly white.
Okay. Your white neighbors, have you had direct conversations with them about fighting against white supremacy and abolishing whiteness?
No, I haven't.
Then is it fair to say that the sign has not actually yielded any type of benefits if it's not even spurring on the conversation needed?
Well, but the signs have multiplied since I put mine out.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is the signs that you have has emboldened people enticed people to get their own signs.
Yeah, it's emboldened them.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Now, so what has those signs that are now popping up everywhere? What have they tangibly done to dismantle white supremacy?
Well, at Thanksgiving dinner, the conversations were different in those households. The subject was broached. And
how do you know? Were you in all of those households for Thanksgiving dinner?
Not all. No, not all. Not all. I can only speak to myself. But I think anytime, see, white people, we're such a homogenous group, and we've got our own layers, and we will, at least in my kind of family, if you don't toe the line, you'll be a pariah. And so I just would say, not looking for an award here, and I hope the chat doesn't lambaste me, but when white people do stuff like put signs or wear blue bands or read books or try to talk about this stuff, we become unpopular in our own right.
Okay.
I mean, we're not. I don't know. I really appreciate.
I think no. Because I think that like you're missing the point. And so let's see if we can dig at the heart of this, right?
Okay, sure.
Let's say that I care about women, right? and I want to advocate for women. But I'm not putting towards any type of tangible action to prove that I am someone that should be advocating for women. Catherine, what type of actual reading material have you engaged in? What type of studying and overall knowledge and understanding do you have of race, racism, white supremacy, these systems that we exist in, and how to actively fight back against those?
To be honest with you, not a great deal. I'm not terribly well read. I took a semester of African history in college, and that was in the 90s.
Okay.
I'm not purporting to be, I listened to Covey a lot, learned a lot from her. I'm trying.
Okay, so then I guess my question then would be, if you have not properly given yourself the tools, if you say you want to be a culinary master, you want to go on Master Chef, would it be a good idea for you to try to put yourself in that arena while the only thing that you've ever cooked before in the kitchen is like a pot of tea?
No, it's probably not a great idea. But if there's people who are thirsty, I'm gonna learn how to make tea.
No. I get it. Like if you made tea, then you know how to make tea, and you know tea is your lane, right? So
tea is my lane. Yes, right. Santana, you nailed it. Tea is my lane.
Yeah. So the point being is, if you've never cooked before, and you know you and I are cooking together, and I've done a bunch of cooking, and you've done nothing except make tea, then wouldn't it be more logical for you to either one, make tea, or two, if you really want to help, then learn about the necessary steps to cook the other items, either learn from me, do some studying on your own, and then prepare properly in order to step into the kitchen and cook with me.
I think that's wise.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is, like, for you to sit here and say that you're having, even if you were to try to have these conversations around like white supremacy and, you know, the way that it negatively impacts not only, you know, non-white people, but white people too, and you have not properly prepared yourself and you don't have the proper tools or information, then I know you may think that you're doing something beneficial, but you're just causing harm because you're putting out things that are either not true. Yes.
Oh God. All right.
Do you not understand why I say that you would be causing harm?
I guess I really don't, and I don't mean to be dense.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So there's certain things that people like when we have these type of debates and whatever, there's certain things that people will speak on or not speak on. And at certain times there are conversations where people will say like, hey, this is something that you need to know. This is a fact, da, 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 da. And the information, while they're sitting here trying to, you know, there was something that I had to correct the other day. There was a debate and someone was talking about abortion, and they were taking a position of like, yes, women should have access to abortion. And then at the same time, they were speaking on the Plan B pill, and they gave some bad information about the Plan B pill while trying to advocate for abortion, right? And in that situation, I had to stop and I had to say, hey, actually, this is the actual information with Plan B. Do you understand how if that would have stood and people hear this person who they're buying into because they're advocating for the right thing, but they get wrong information, if they take that information and either one, try to use that for themselves and personally, or if they pass that wrong information off to other people, do you not understand how that can cause harm?
Yes. If I was getting on a soapbox and speaking, then I would be imparting potentially harmful information.
Yeah. So if you go
out,
I
stay in my tea lane, Santana.
Well, but the issue is that I don't want you to stay in your tea lane. That's the point of this on the background, is to let you know, like, hey, you could be making masterpieces in the kitchen. You just actually making tea is something that's below you, right? The fact that I try to drill home, the reason why I'm specifically targeting white women with this is because white women have a certain level of access that no other category of people have. And so it's something that they should be actively using that access to influence, i.e. white women have direct access to young white men, right? They raise these white men who end up growing up into, far right neo-Nazis and all this other stuff. Right. And so it's important to address racism in your home directly, whether it be with your husband, your children, your father, your mother. Like, you have the access and the inside to actually not only address white supremacy, but white people have to lead that charge to dismantle it. And the only way that you can properly do so is by educating yourself and then working on deconstruction and then helping others.
All right. Santana, may I call again sometime?
Sure, but
I have to go now, and I feel terrible, but I do have
that's
to,
fine.
yeah.
I understand.
But listen, this was like talking to a celebrity, and I appreciate it.
It's not. But thank you for coming up. I appreciate you so much.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yep, have a good one. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if we're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Petty, I'm not trying to, like, seriously, I'm really trying to, I don't want to, like, argue and fuss with people today. And I'm hoping people, like, I'm looking for some genuine debates, some genuine conversations. I don't want to do crash outs today. Like, if I'm going to be honest, that's all it is. I don't want to do crash outs today. I'm hoping that we can have some good faith people, and I'm trying to, like, walk people along. That's what I'm trying to do today. Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something on the background.
Okay, are you an American citizen?
Yeah, but I'm an immigrant.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live.
Not the teacup to figure out the state. You know you're still up here, right? You didn't actually leave. You just swiped out. You didn't properly run. I didn't think that question was so tough. Hot. Oh, no, the person didn't load. Holy smokes. I kind of feel like I shouldn't give this advice, but I'm going to give it anyway. Like, if you're someone who, like, doesn't meet the qualifications for joining certain lives, i.e., like, if people are like, oh, you have to be this age to join the live, and you know you're not that age, maybe, like, make sure you know what date that you would have to give them in order to qualify for the age limit for the live, even if you have to write it down. Maybe don't go in and and not prepared to get out of the blocks. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. I would be prepared to, like, at least get out of the starting blocks. Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The premise of the debate is America doesn't care. America does not care. And when I say America does not care, there's multiple groups that I'm talking about. I'm talking about Republicans. Republicans, they don't care about Epstein survivors. That's a given. But Republicans, they don't care about women, children, the environment, the economy, nothing. Like, literally, when I say this, each and every day, the Republican Party shows up and shows how they absolutely don't care. And the greatest point that I can call out is that any Republican that's still supporting Donald Trump today, there's no way in hell that not only do you not care about the survivors of the Epstein, of Jeffrey Epstein, but you don't care about our country. Fun fact. Well, I guess it's a fun fact for me. Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating in presidential history. I'm not joking. For anyone who may think that this is hyperbole or think like, oh, Santana, like, okay, you're just exaggerating. Sure, it's bad, but it's not that bad. I mean it. When I tell you that Donald Trump, when it comes to how bad his approval rating is putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers. Wilt Chamberlain numbers. I will show you what I'm talking about. This is the lowest presidential approval rating for different presidents. Super interesting. JFK's lowest approval rating was 83%. Right? Ronald Reagan, who is considered to be the GOAT for the Republicans, his lowest approval rating was 68%. Barack Obama, his lowest approval rating was 63%. Joseph Robinette Biden, Sleepy Joe, the president that they claim was the worst president, wasn't doing anything, let all the undocuments into the country, sent all the money to Ukraine, all this other stuff, right? His lowest approval rating was 57%. Donald Jimothy Trump, in his first term, his lowest approval rating was 40%. But currently, today, in his second term, his approval rating is 37%. 37%. So when I said that he's putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers when it comes to having a low approval rating, I absolutely meant it. Now, those two things, I mean, that has like a couple of different ramifications, right? One ramification that I really want to ensure or make sure that I call out is one of the most important things. One of the reasons why it's important that when it comes to like what Donald Trump is doing, what this regime is doing, that we continue to not only show displeasure, but vehemently fight back and fight against what this Trump administration is doing, especially for those people who's like, oh, well, he's already president. Well, you know, what are we going to do? I already voted. There's nothing else we can do. One of the one of the necessary requirements in order to implement an authoritarian regime and agenda is public approval. You have to have public approval and buy-in from the public in order to implement authoritarian rules. Because with becoming an authoritarian, it's not always a situation where they just like, oh, they, you know, overthrow and just take power, blah, blah, blah. A lot of authoritarians are elected in or they're given power and then they morph into an authoritarian, right? So what happens from that point, Chris, you said Biden's 36% CNN. Chris, I don't care about you commenting weird shit in the chat. Get up here, Chris_86TT. I can't send you a request. Get up here and like talk about it. You want to talk about Biden being at 36%. You said CNN. Come up here and prove that the overall lowest score for any credible polling, YouGov, Gallup, Pew, was lower than Donald Trump. Anyway, you won't do it. Getting a request. But what about Biden? Absolutely. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Late for dinner? Okay. Guys, only request up if you were a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly tap the screen, share the live. Can we knock out the daily gift goal? Right now, it's the little perfumes. Can we please knock out the perfumes? Please. If you are over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, or Kick, and you would like to debate me, you do not have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link that's in the pinned message or in the chat that I just dropped. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and you can get up here and debate. The premise is America doesn't care about anything. Republicans, they don't care about Epstein survivors, our country, a ton of shit. Moderate Democrats, who are supposed to be the counterpoint, the good guys, right? They don't care about the country, and I can prove it. So if you call yourself a moderate Democrat, if you're not someone that's demanding that we actually have some form of progression, then you're the issue. What about getting a job? You're here all day. Don't you have a family? Hey, Dean, I'm sending you a request. Come up here and talk about it. I'm going to mute you because no one cares about you being fragile in my comments. But sure, you said I need to get a job. Come up here and talk about it. Dean 4548. I'm sorry, Dean 74548. Sent you a request, bub. Get up here. Get up here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, when I talk about moderate Democrats, you guys are someone who have rolled the fence, and you're the reason why things are being held up. White men don't care about anything except power. White men don't care about anything except power to the extent that they're willing to sacrifice any and everything to ensure that they have or continue to coalesce power amongst white men. If you disagree, get in the box. White women don't care about white supremacy. I think that we've had that on display already this morning. And I think that it's something that is soliciting a response that is kind of triggering to certain white women that think themselves as quote unquote allies. But I will say as well, if you are someone that is a white woman and you think that being a quote unquote ally is like a good thing, then get up here. Zippers, you said Santana propaganda. Yeah, I'm sending you a request and I am muting you. Like, I don't understand why thumb thugs think they get to ride out in my chat. Like, that's not what we do here. No one cares about you and your comments in the comment section. Get up here. Like, I don't care about the comments in the comment section. Get up here and debate. Like I was saying, white women have had this reaction. And if you are a white woman and you call yourself a quote unquote ally, you don't care about white supremacy. If you don't understand why you shouldn't be calling yourself a quote unquote ally, you don't get it. So there's that. Last but not least, Blaga, FBA. You don't care about black people. I think yesterday was a great display as far as why you don't care about black people, but also you're anti-black as fuck. So, get up here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with like two of the claims on the background.
Okay, and just to verify, for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born?
2008, January 2nd.
Okay, all right, and you are an American citizen as well, right?
No.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly and you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. I know there are some donos that I need to read out, but I'm hoping that we can get another debate before we get to that point. I don't want to just sit here and read through that. I would really love if we could actually get a debate first and then go from that point. But yeah, if you like to support the live, you can do so. One thing that I want to say to kind of finish up the entire point, the reason why having the low approval is important is because and being able to install an authoritarian rule is predicated on the buy-in from the public. The greatest example of that is when Hitler engaged in World War II. Hitler used propaganda, a lot like we use propaganda here currently in the United States, with Goebbels, who would write information lying about the current conflict that was occurring, including how successful the German forces were against the Soviet Union. He propagated saying that they were actually winning the conflict against the Soviet Union, which was not true, right? It was literally not true. And it was so much so that not only did they lie about that, but they sent spies out into the cities and taverns and things like that to ensure that the public was actually buying into it. So they would listen into it. Yeah, sure. Goebbels, sure. All right, that's fine. Yeah, you guys know who I'm talking about. Like, God damn it, don't be word Nazis. Come on, guys. Anyway, and so they actually sent out spies to ensure that, oh, people are still buying into what's being said. And they did that until they actually started to, J-Time, you're being fucking weird in the comments. I don't know what you're, here, I'm gonna send you a request. Like, you spamming the weird shit in the comments, I don't care about. I just muted you. J-Time, come up here. You coming into my comment section and saying that I need to actually respond or address someone else's comments. Why the fuck would I need to address someone else's comments? And even more so, why would I want to address anything that you have to say because you're spamming in my comment section instead of actually getting in the request? If you're too much of a coward to actually say it with your chest, then fuck off. I sent you an invite, open floor, get up here. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. You guys are all like such performative cowards. Like it's so weird how not only are you guys performative cowards, but you try to weaponize selective outrage. Like that's the most insane shit. And I'm not just talking about in the sense of like you coming in here and saying that I need to be accountable for someone else's comments when you won't even actually come up and say what the comments were. So one, I don't know fuck about any comments, so how am I supposed to quote unquote address them? But two, I love how, I'm going to be truly honest, right? I love how they have selective outrage in every single situation. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? No, okay. Santana, you threw shade at Amish people and double down on live and double down. I sure the fuck did. Now come up here, and if you got something to say, whatever your name is, salsa with crackers, come up here. I sent you a request. Come up here and tell me how me throwing shade at Amish people was like the worst thing in the world. Sent you a request. Bet you won't come up. Yeah, you didn't accept the request either. Like when I tell you the selective outrage of people is so fucking hilarious. You guys are so fucking funny because you don't actually care about the shit. You just want to either pretend that this is a gotcha for someone, or you just want to be able to go at someone that you don't like. I'll give you three examples. And I'm just gonna, fuck it. We're here. I'm just gonna do it. We're here. I'm just gonna do it. Number one, the example that they just gave said, Santana, you threw shade at Amish people and then doubled down on it. So let's talk about that for half a second. He'll mute you if you don't come up to the mic. I've already muted him. Like, yeah, I will absolutely mute the people in the comment section that's talking shit that don't come up and say it with their chest. I don't care about thumb thugs or keyboard warriors. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, drop you down. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debate. Last time I checked, I'm not a DJ, so I don't do requests. Oh, okay. Maverick, I don't know what you're talking about, but request D's nuts in your mouth, right? So I'm going to mute you. Now you're muted. And now I just sent you a request to come up here. Either you get to actually get up here on the panel and say it with your chest, or you don't get to say it at all. Like either you get up here and you say it with your chest, or you can hate from outside of the club. I don't care which one. Guess we'll never know. Yeah. So there was an actual reaction as far as we were like, I was on a live and I ended up making a comment and said that, what's his name? TPA or whatever. I said he had a stupid Amish face. And when I said a stupid Amish face, I meant that he had like mutton chops and, whatever, right? Wasn't a slight at, Amish people, just saying, one thing that I've connected Amish people with is mutton chops, and more so because I'm a huge fan of The Office, and Dwight's cousin, that like he looked like Dwight's cousin from The Office, and that's what I was thinking. And so people are like, oh, how dare you make that comment about Amish people? And I was like, well, it's not like they'll hear it. Insinuating that Amish people live off the grid, right? They don't engage in modern technology in the sense of like being on the internet and all this other stuff, right? But the selective outrage for like, oh, Santana, how dare you? How dare you make that joke about Amish people? Okay. I didn't say Amish people were bad. I didn't say Amish people were weird. I didn't say Amish people don't add anything to our society. Amish people should be deported. Amish people should be put in concentration camp or any weird shit like that. I just said Amish people, they have mutton chops, and Amish people live off the grid. Whatever. So the guy decided to actually come in here and say, oh, Santana, you made that comment about Amish people, and I can't believe you did that. In which I apologize. Okay, like I'm not above apologizing. Like I understand that intent only matters to the people that's doing the thing, right? So cool. But the person was like, how dare you? How dare you make that joke? What's your actual outrage about? It's selective. Got it. Cool. Got it. So it's selective. Perfect. All right. Cool. So there's that. Second thing. When they have selective outrage towards people, right? And the greatest example is how, for some reason, everyone wants to either have Dean address this, have someone else address this, have me address this. Dean said the N-word when he was 14. And they love like coming up and saying, how dare you? And I call them out each and every time. You don't give a fuck about racism. You don't. You don't care about racism. You don't actually care that he said the N-word at 14. You just want to weaponize that. You just want to use that as a gotcha. And you think that's the flex that it's not. You want to say, well, gotcha. Sophie, you said you do care. Wait, Sophie, you're saying you do care. Come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to mute you. Can't send your request because your requests aren't on. If you care, come up here. Who are you to say that? Sophie, I'm me. Now come up here and disprove it. I bet you won't request up. Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't actually care about that. You just want to weaponize it because that's a gotcha, right? And I know this is a fact because the same premise that I'm talking about today when I say white women don't care about white supremacy is for any of those people that actually care about racism, then you would be doing more than just saying, oh, I don't like racism. Just because he was 14 doesn't justify anything. Friezo, who said anything about him being 14? Like, I don't, that's not what I'm saying. I just sent you a request. Come up here. Let's talk about it. At no point did I say that, oh, he's 14. It should be excused. That's not what I said. I said, you guys don't care. And if you cared, you would understand what racism is. And I've said this over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And I need people to hear me when I say this. AAJ said Dean doesn't actually care either. You could say that he's using weaponized empathy to see it. I see a lot. Yeah, that's not the point. Like again, that's not the point of conversation. The point of conversation is the selective outrage that people try to exhibit. Like that's what I'm talking about. So AJJ, your point is moot. Anyway. I've even said to people directly, you don't actually care about racism. And they're like, yeah, I don't. It's selective outrage that people just want to weaponize. And I've said this over and over and over and over and over. If all racism was, if the only thing that racism was calling Black people the N-word, if that's the only form of racism, then we would take that all day, every day, twice on Sunday. Racism is not a game to be playing with. Sure, come up here and tell me about it. That's the most fun. Like, and the people who pretend to weaponize it, they don't know shit. They don't know what race is. You say, hey, what's race? Skin color. Skin color. You guys don't actually know shit. Like, it's the weirdest thing. I'm going to mute you as well. I don't care about you guys trying to fight back in the comments. Get up here in the box. AJJK, oh, okay. It is moot. It's moot because now you're muted. Get up here and defend your point on the panel. Like, I'm not arguing with the comments. I'm not. I don't give a fuck about what you're saying in the comment section. Get up here. And Jacob, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying in the comment section either. Muting you, sending you a request. Get up here. Like, I'm so serious about this when I say I don't care about any of your outrage in the comment section. Jacob, I sent you a request. I bet you won't accept it because you have selective outrage because you don't really give a fuck. You just think you got a gotcha. Exactly. You won't come up because not only do you not actually have a spine, but you don't believe the shit that you're saying. Because when I say, hey, what is race? It's your skin color. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. Welcome to the panel.
So how is fake empathy better than somebody just calling somebody out for racism? Because I feel like if you want fake empathy from racists, they're just going to be able to oppress people easier.
Can you tell me when I said anything about fake empathy or condone quote unquote fake empathy?
Well, you said my point was moot about Dean not actually caring about saying the N-word or about racism either. He's playing.
What was the conversation
to make money?
What was the conversation that I was having?
Well, you were talking about people coming up with selective outrage about things, and then you brought up Dean saying the N-word.
Perfect. So when I was talking about people having
that and saying that he's not actually racist,
when I was talking about people having selective outrage, I was bringing up the point that people who try to weaponize outrage in specific situations, but don't hold that same premise in every situation. So I was giving multiple examples. I was on example 2 of 3, right? Gave an example with myself, gave an example with Dean, and then, you know, I have another like national level selective outrage. But the point was not to litigate whether or not someone does or does not exude empathy for what they did or didn't do. The point that we're discussing is whether the people who are trying to hold people accountable for what they did or did not do don't actually hold that same value. So the reason why your point is moot is because the conversation is not about the person that is or is not exhibiting quote unquote fake empathy, right? Like, I'm not trying to litigate whether or not anyone cares about the thing that they say that they apologize about. The point is that the people who try to hold those people accountable, the only way that you can hold someone accountable for a thing that they did or did not do is by ensuring that you actually care about the thing that you say that you're holding them accountable for, i.e. showing and proving and having action behind it. So if you don't actually do the things, then yes, you don't care. And again, the reason why your point is moot is because we're not talking about whether or not the people who apologize really mean it or don't mean it. We're talking about the people who have selective outrage in certain situations and not in every situation.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I just feel like selective empathy is even worse. I see it all the time.
I mean, if that's what you care about,
people. You don't care about Mennonites.
If that's what you want to talk about, then go start a live and talk about it. And again, I think it doubles down to my point. I think it doubles down to my point that 1, your point was moot, and 2, you're weaponizing selective outrage. You don't give a fuck. Like, again, you're walking into the fucking wall on 2 fronts, because for me, the reason why you were so butthurt is because I told you your point was moot. And I'm exhibiting how your point is moot, and you won't even engage with that. But number 2, you're having selective outrage. You're having selective outrage at the time that I'm telling you about selective outrage. It's not a bad example. It's not a bad example. You're just having selective outrage.
Because they're right.
It's not a bad example. You're having selective outrage, and no one says, oh, you don't care. They come in and they say, you did the thing. They never said you don't actually care about the thing. So again, you're not listening, and you're just weaponizing selective outrage. You're proving the point, AJJ. You're walking into the fucking wall.
If you don't want to address it, it's fine.
I just addressed it.
No, you addressed why my point was moot, but
yes, and I addressed. Would you like to address the thing that I've been talking about, or do you want to talk about the thing that you want to talk about?
I mean, it's fine.
No, answer the question directly. Answer the question. Do you want to talk about the thing that I've been talking about, or do you want to talk about the thing that you've been talking about?
Well, I thought we were talking about what I was talking about, because that's why I was in the comments and you
I addressed the moot thing. I said you can come up here and talk about that. So now, would you like to talk about the thing that I've been talking about, or do you want to talk about the thing that you've been talking about?
Yeah, I addressed that. If that wasn't your point, then I guess it didn't make sense. But
okay,
it's just,
so then it is moot. So we'll just move on. We'll just move on then, because I was fucking right. Like it's so weird. It's like it's so fucking weird. It's so weird. So weird. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Just want your fans to know, go buy your ticket for the World Cup coming up in the Americas, Canada, Mexico, and the United States.
Okay, what point do you disagree with on the background?
Okay, moderate Democrats or country republic is being for a white man, nothing but poor white woman. I don't really agree with the white stuff, and that's not my stuff.
Are you white?
But blogger for
what's your race?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. She's so-called. They say I'm so-called black. So
no, what do you mean so-called black?
Yeah, I don't really believe in the black and white concept.
Yeah, well, it believes in you, Bubba. We live in the actual social construct, which is race. That's how our society functions. So, what's your race?
Well, they say I'm black. That's the social concept of my race, black.
Okay. Are you an American citizen?
Yes, I am an American citizen. Yeah.
Which state do you live in?
Ohio. I live in Ohio right now.
You live in Ohio?
Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio.
You live in Cleveland, Ohio. Got it. What city was LeBron James born in?
Come on, man. Akron, Ohio, man. You gonna ask me that, man?
All right, you got it. So you are a Trump supporter. So would you wouldn't be FBI? Because what's your nationality?
What's my nationality?
Yeah.
My people from the Americas. I have no grandparents from.
What's the accent that I hear?
Oh, Central America.
Yeah. So what country?
What country?
Yes.
Belize.
Okay, so that would be your nationality.
All right.
Okay, but you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me how you care about Black people while at the same time being Black.
I mean, for me, I see the so-called Black race. We're going into a downfall that I don't like where Democrats is bringing us, to be honest.
Okay, well, again, tell me how as Black, a Black Republican, you care about Black people, and try doing so without talking about the Democrats, because it's not. I didn't mention the Democrats. I want to know how you supporting Donald Trump and the Republican Party is benefiting Black people and shows that you care about Black people.
Well, I just mentioned to you, right, Santana, the way that the Democrat been doing to
no. Again, you keep talking about the Democrats. I don't care about the Democrats because you don't support the Democrats. I care about what Blaga. Why are you aligning yourself with Donald Trump and the Republican Party? What are they doing that benefits Black people that shows that you care about Black people? I don't care about talking about the Democrats.
Or numerous of stuff. I mean, you already know he fund HBCU. He funded college.
He didn't.
And he came out and said that the original people deserve the birthrights. It was the people of slavery. It was never for anyone just come over in the Americas and have birthrights. So I mean, he said that clearly.
Yeah, that isn't benefiting Black people. One, again, he hasn't done anything.
Well, it is because when you
I'm gonna finish my sentence. I'm gonna finish my sentence before you start speaking again. One, when you say that he actually gave money to HBCUs, he didn't. And this is his first term, right? I mean, he cut money, and even like this term, he's actively trying to withhold money from HBCUs. So like that's not true. But then two, the premise behind like birthright citizenship and saying that, oh, it was only originally intended for the descendants of slave. That doesn't benefit Black people. That just disenfranchises Black people.
It does benefit Black people.
I'm going to finish my sentence before you start speaking again. it doesn't benefit Black people because being Black does not restrict you to being a descendant of slave. There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, right? So there are Black people that are from Mexico and from other countries, i.e. yourself. You're from Belize and you're Black. So like the whole premise of it just being specifically for birthright citizenships and you know, even if there was some way that they could restrict it, that doesn't benefit Black people.
Well, it doesn't, because I mean, for all these illegal immigrants and these
undocumented
refugees, and these refugees that come to this country, starting from the visa lottery. I mean, these people come over here and they're draining the resource of the so-called Black American. By I don't care if you're African, I don't care if you're Chinese.
They're not. But again, can you give me anything? The resource of they're literally not. But can you give me anything that aligning yourself with the Republican Party and MAGA has done that yield a positive result for Black people?
A positive result is the first thing I just said. Birthrights. He said the birthrights.
I've already told you how that doesn't. How does that positively stripping away? Even if the upholding of birthright citizenship is something like it doesn't benefit Black people, it disenfranchises Black people. Because with the social construct of race, you do not have to be Black American to be a Black person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the people who comes over here that look like us, but they're just not in us.
You mean like you?
Like, no, not like me.
Yes.
My people from the Americas. My people from the Americas.
If your people are from the Americas, then why do you have an accent?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm from here.
Where were you actually born?
You know Creole, right? Is from here.
You were born where?
Africa. Man.
Where were you born?
I told you, I was born in the Americas, in Belize.
Where? In Belize? No, you're not. There's a difference between the Americas and the United States of America. He's talking about, yes, exactly. He's talking about birthright citizenship for the United States of America. You keep trying to, that's why I keep saying, what's your nationality? You're playing semantics when you know for a fact that he's not talking about you, Bub.
Well, Santana, if that included me to get sent back to Belize, then I accept that too.
Okay, and so then you're proving the point that you don't care about Black people. You're literally proving the point. You're literally proving the point.
Listen, Santana, I did not say I don't care about Black people. Like, for example,
no. I'm telling you that you don't. You're proving the point. If you're sitting here saying that you're willing to disenfranchise yourself, i.e., sending yourself back to Belize, you don't care about Black people.
Well, not us kinfolks, is kinfolks, and that's what
clearly, because you're advocating for the harm of other Black people.
No, I don't care about people that comes to this place that drain the resource. Like Somali, they come over here and they make a fake identity about this and that, and they steal American money. They rob from African American.
That's not true. Literally, when you talk about
not African American,
when you talk about fraud, even if you want to talk about what's happening in Minnesota, hey, who's the person that actually led that quote unquote fraud ring? What was their name?
Who led it?
Yeah.
The investigation?
No, the person that was at the top of the fraud pyramid. Who was it?
Iman Omar.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, she's the main one that's robbing.
She's not.
Minnesota.
She's not. You're like, now you're just saying stupid shit. Like, fucking cut it out. You not only do you not know things, but you're just like randomly spamming shit that's not true. I'll help you out. What's the name of the white woman that was the actual head of the fraud in Minnesota?
I forgot her name, but she
came on. You didn't even know. You didn't even know. Yep. Take a moment. Go look it up. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people. We can pick this back up in just a moment. But I need you to actually be able to add something to the actual point that you're trying to make, which is wrong. But like, again, even more, you don't give a shit about fraud. You don't give a shit about fraud, and I can prove it. W's in the chat for Blue Barbie for the $5 super chat to say, love you, Santana, and your community. I love you as well, Blue Barbie. W's in the chat for Blue Bonnet for the $10 super chat to say, hi, go Lakers. I think you're going to take this one. I appreciate your lives and your community. It's my therapy birthday weekend. Hey, turn up for this boomer woman. Keep it real always. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Bonnet. I hope you have an amazing birthday weekend. And yeah, Lakers in 4. W's in the chat for, hey, what the fuck is that? Ho. Holy shit, that was so cool. Shady Little, thank you so much for that. W's in chat for Flanker for the $10 super chat to say, Santana, I hear you that action is best, but isn't the value in people upholding and propagating healthy, positive things the best way they know how? Isn't it in some ways standing against harm? No, it's not. It's not. And the reason why I say that is because no one is demanding people to go out and do things that they're incapable of doing, right? But what we are demanding people do is that they do what they can do to the maximum level and the best of their ability. And the very start is educating yourself properly. And so if you haven't even taken the step as far as educating yourself, we can't talk about action, but like if you're not even willing to educate yourself, then there's a problem. Thank you so much for that. W's in chat for Stella for the $20 super chat to say, thank you for helping and helping me recognize I need to be doing so much more to help make changes we need. I never realized that my efforts are actually more harmful than helpful. Truly, thank you. Thank you. And like, that's the whole point, is to actually get people going in the right direction, because we need everyone. W's in the chat for Lou for the $1.99 super chat to say, white women need, I'm not going to say that. That's mean. W's in chat for Lou. W's in chat for Zumba for the $9.99 super chat to say, I understand what she's saying, what she is saying. It gives me some comfort, but the reason it's performative is because they can show the pride flag to show they support when they really don't, because they don't fear backlash. Exactly. Also, people can actually put those types of things up and not really support it, but just use it as like coverage. It's a whole thing. That was in chat for Brad for the $5 super chat to say, Santana, do you have an opinion on the genocide of Native Americans and the continued oppression? Yes. Indigenous people, this Turtle Island was their land. Indigenous people have been hurt, harmed, and robbed throughout the entire history of our country, and they don't get the recognition that they deserve, and they don't get the actual things that they deserve. It's a travesty that indigenous people are not only continuously actively harmed within our country today, but the harm goes unheard, it goes unnoticed. They're trafficked, they are forced, into different small areas with reservations. Like, there's so much to that. Indigenous people were here first, period. And there's not enough people that are fighting for them. And W's in the chat for those who don't know.
I got her name on Santana. Her name is...
Sure. Hold on to that. W's in the chat for tip for the $1 donation saying, white people who come up to argue, not all white people and not me, are hurting the movement by proving the point. We need to be okay with being uncomfortable in order for progress to the movement. That's the point. That was in the chat for Jordan for the $5 donation saying, what was the word that you used for the previous guest? Do you think what you say puts you in any blank in my heart? I don't know. Probably trepidation. And for the new guests, like this ALS ice bucket challenge, exactly. People did it. They never did research or even donated, so it was performative, just like the flag. That's a whole point. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, whether we think we don't cause harm or not, we still do it without realizing it. Not saying previous guest was the villain, but even the greatest villains think that they're the heroes. Exactly. And FYI, we're all the villain in someone's story. W's in chat for Sophia. Sophia for the $5 donation saying, do you include white trans women in the white woman prompt? Yes. I have to tell people this all the time. There's no exclusion. Trans women are women, trans men are men. And like, I don't give exclusions. So, I don't think I even disagree with the prompt. Just curious on how you see white trans people in regards to white supremacy. Yeah. So even when I say white men don't care about anything but power, I'm talking about white trans men too. Like, it's not a separation, because trans men are men, trans women are women. W's in chat for Caroline for the $2 donation saying, not just that, they also changed up the numbers of certain things until they like them before giving them out. Also, love when you talk about it because I feel like most people over here have no clue about it. And she was talking about what I was saying with the authoritarian regime with Hitler and the way that they were implementing things. Two more really quickly. W's in chat for Lily for the $10 donation saying, as a white trans woman in America, I value your lives for education and broadening my perspective. I love your background and I know hate, but I don't have a full understanding of racism historically. Thank you. Thank you for being here, friend. Like learning and doing more is the most we can ask for at this moment, and that's where it starts. Debbie's in the chat for Darlene for the $1 donation saying King Money just told my friend Chris on his live that he's not from here or from the US. Huh? That's interesting. Followed by a $1 donation saying, after King, can you invite Miami? They have a lot to say in the comments. Love you, Santana. Love you too. They're not from America. That's why Miami has been spamming because they tried to come up and I wouldn't let them debate. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Lily for the $1 donation. So by the way, I make donuts for a living in the grocery store, union job, believe it or not. Please put on a You Donut shirt. I might just do that. Sorry for that. I had to catch up on a lot of thank yous. But guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. Wait, hold on. Just to verify, wait, are you King whatever? Did you just tell Chris that you're not from the US? I mean, you don't live in the US?
I never told Chris that. Chris is just making assumption of that. Me and Chris had a long conversation for that almost 45 minutes an hour. I never told him I'm not from the US.
Okay, so if I text Chris right now and say, hey, did he tell you that? Chris is gonna say no.
Well, I would assume he's gonna say no because I never told him that. So
okay, I'm gonna text him.
I got her name here.
Sure, give me 1 second. Let me shoot him a quick text.
There we go. Yeah, I know Chris not really a big fan of me because he's mostly supporting H group and Iran. So I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But we're not sitting on the same fence, that's for sure. So
sure. 1 second. Okay. Shot him a text. Let's see what he says. All right. You said you were able to find the white woman's name in
her
the
name
fraud
is
case.
Amy Book. That was her name.
Perfect. Question for you. Why didn't you know this information prior to me bringing it up?
Well, I knew the information. I just never thought you were going to ask me. But I knew the information because she came publicly. She went to jail for it. I mean,
No. You. When I said who was at the top of the whole thing, you said, "Oh, Elhan Omar," not knowing this white woman that was the actual head of the fraud in Minnesota. So again, my question stands: why is it that you are so focused on like the Somalian people, but not focused on the American person that actually spearheaded this entire thing?
Well, I mean, Amy Brooke, she even apologized for what she did. She said she's sorry. She could go back. She would turn by the hands of time. I don't know who convinced her to do it. It's probably be because that community of Somali in Minnesota is a predominantly Somali and Muslims and whatever it is over there. So probably somebody convinced her to do it. I don't know, but she's actually in jail and she actually apologized. So why should Oman be free? Why
so
she's
your
in jail?
point, wait, so your point though is that, well, since she apologized, then I don't have any issues with the fact that she was the head of fraud, the issue that I'm sitting here pretending that I care about. So it's the fact that
only that
since she apologized.
Well, not only that, but she get time. She's in jail for it. And Ian Omar is walking free.
No, because there's there's no actual proof that that Representative Omar is a part of any type of fraud. Like, can you?
There is so much proof. Like the other day, someone did investigation.
Can you give me? Wait! Stop making claims. Can you source anything that proves that she is guilty of fraud? We can pull it up on the screen. We can look at it together. I just need you to give me the name and the title of your source, and we can pull it up on the screen and look at it together.
Okay, hold on 1 second, because I'm going to show you a fake store and a fake
No,
factory that you got.
it's fine. I don't need you to show me anything. Just give me the name of the source
Yeah, I will.
and the title.
I will.
And I'll pull it up. Okay.
I will.
While you do that, I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people. W's in the chat for Arana, who sent a $5 donation saying, aren't Amish and minimalists supposed to be Christian? I think so. I'm not exactly sure. W's in the chat for Arana as well, who sent another $5 donation saying, a married one tried to... a married one requested a hand job? What the fuck? W's in the chat for the two donations. And not out here saying, let me get a hand job. Holy shit. W's in the chat over on the Twitch. W's in the chat over on the Twitch for, let's see here. Headshot, who sent 15 bits. Jazz Off, who sent 10 bits. Escape, who sent 40 bits. Headshot, who sent another 5 bits. Oh shit, S. Jones sent out 5 Twitch subscriptions. Let's fucking go. Followed up by One Mighty Pen, who sent out 5 Twitch subscriptions. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Twitch. W's in the chat for the donos as well, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. 1.5 of us hanging out here, guys. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live every day. Please, please, please turn on that follow button. All right, King, did you have that source that proves that Representative Omar is guilty of fraud?
Yeah, the source is hold on, I know it's a fake winery store.
Yeah, I don't want you to tell me about it. I just want you to give me the source so we can pull it up on the screen and then we can go through it together.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna give you 1 second. There's a 1 second.
W's in the chat for Donna, who sent a $2 donation, said, just sending love. Thank you so much, Donna. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Donna. Thank you so much for the 2.
I don't know why it won't come up.
Maybe because you don't have.
But yeah, I go on. There's a journalist. What's her name?
Hey, you think it's not coming up because you don't have a source?
Well, the source is all over. I just got to get the right one because I see that it's on Instagram. It's in YouTube.
You think Instagram and YouTube are sources?
Oh, well, go on Google. Google it. You can see.
No. You go on Google it. You Google it. You give me. This is how you cite a source. I got you. Don't worry. I will give you a direct and specific example so you know exactly what we're looking for. I will make it easy for you to understand so you would know exactly how to source it. All right. So I want to talk about Donald Trump, who wait, sorry, not that one. I want to talk about, this one, Kash Patel. Kash Patel has had multiple backlash, including his drinking scandal and the lawsuit with the Atlantic. And so the actual issue is that Kash Patel, he's suing the Atlantic about the story that they ran, saying that he was so drunk that the FBI had to get a battering ram to get him out of the actual place that he was behind a secure door because he wasn't responding. And so if I want to source that and prove to you that that's an actual thing, what I would say is, hey, in order to find the source, the article is from The Hill, and the title is FBI Director Kash Patel bashes media over Atlantic story, threatens lawsuit. And then I would take that, look it up, and then put it on the screen. So that's how you cite an actual source. So now that I've clearly laid that out, what up, Chewy?
I got it on Daily Mail.
Okay, Daily Mail. All right, give me a second. All right, give me a second. Daily Mail. What's the title?
The title for it?
Yeah.
It's called Somalia Food Fraud Scheme in Minnesota. So they're also using food for
Daily Mail. I see. I don't see. Read the title again.
The title. Hold on 1 second. The title I got right here is Ilhan Omar links to Somalia food fraud scheme.
Wait, no, that's not the title. You told me before the title was Somali foods fraud scheme. So are you saying that there's a different title now?
Well, I'm just trying to read it all out. This Ilhan Omar links to Somali food fraud scheme in Minnesota.
Okay, so just to verify, read the title one more time from the beginning, and what's the whole title?
Well, I just read it. You want me to read it again?
No, I just want to make sure because now you're changing and saying the title is something different.
Oh, okay, 1 second. 1 second.
What up, Chewy?
That's the title right there. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the title right there.
I don't need to see it. I just need you to read the title.
Goddamn phone.
Just read it. I don't need to see it. Just read it. I love you more, Chewy.
Well, I just read it for you, but I don't think.
Say it one more time. I'm just trying to verify because you changed it after you read it the first time.
Well, it's the Daily Mail. Ilhan Omar fraud for food and daycare in Minnesota.
Okay, so you changed it the third time now. Okay, so it's Ilhan Omar fraud for food and daycare.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, again, you changed it the third time. All right, perfect. 1 second.
So that scheme, she took 250.
No. I don't want you to actually talk about it yet until we get the source up. All right. So I found one that's different. Can you tell me what's the date on the one that you're talking about?
The one that I'm talking about, I think this one is from the final investigation I got is from April 2026.
What's the date on the article that you're looking at from the Daily Mail?
Okay, hold on. What's the date? I gotta go all of that, man.
Yes.
Sometimes you do really bad, man.
You have to prove the things that you're saying. Like I literally gave you the example as far as how you do it. Like, no, I'm not gonna let you just randomly say stuff without proving the stuff that you're saying. Also, guys, please don't. Sorry, 1 second. Please don't use the word SLOW in the chat. That's ableist. We don't do that here. Please, please, please be mindful of ableism. We don't want to perpetuate any unnecessary harm. Please be mindful of that. Go ahead. What's the date on the actual article?
Okay, hold on. Let me find the date because I took it out because I thought you didn't need a date.
How you can't take the date out? It's just at the top of the article.
Because I hold on. What it says right here, the Daily Mail has extensively report of several
Stop
frauds.
reading that and just read the date at the top.
Well, it says as of April 2026.
No. Fuck it. All right. That's fine. I'm going to do this because, again, the one that I found is a different one than you said. Okay, I don't see
the one that you found is a December edit, right?
Just stop. I got this now. So this is the one that I found, and I'm going to put this on the screen, and then we'll look at it together. All right. A second here. Okay. Is this what you're referring to? I'll close this advertisement. Can't close that for some freaking reason. All right. Is this the article? I know you're muted. I just sent you a request to unmute. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
Is that December?
Ilhan Omar links to Somali food fraud scheme in Minnesota revealed. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So where in this are you saying that it says that she was that she actually was found guilty of fraud?
Well, she's not found guilty. There's an investigation going on. Ongoing
No,
investigation.
you said that she had committed fraud. You said that this proved that she had committed fraud. That's what you said.
Well, I mean, the lady that you just said, Amy Book, she's in jail right now for fraud. So I mean, and it aligned all back to her.
And the point that you made was that Ilhan Omar was also guilty of fraud. That's what you said.
Yeah, you want me to read out the rest of the information why she's guilty of fraud?
No. New details reveal that Omar potential links to those convicted in the Somali fraud case in Minnesota to progressive Somali-born congresswoman has so far not been directly tied to prosecutions. Did you read this before you? No, let me make sure people can see this. Did you fucking read this before you actually decided to say, like, look at this? What does this say?
Well, I don't think you finished your.
What does this say? What does this say?
Whatever you want to read.
What does that say? I've started reading it. What does that say?
Well, you got to finish to get the.
Can you please read that for me?
There's the Facebook somewhere. I know the Trump. There's a Facebook.
No. Read the part that's highlighted in blue.
Okay,
or now
progressive
gray.
Somali congresswoman has so far not been directed. Yeah, I agree. Not she's not being prosecuted yet for scandal, but she does have connection to at least two food fraudster. I mean, yeah.
What? Okay, cool.
There's investigation going on right now.
What does this say right here?
New details reveal Eon, whatever her name is, potential links to those.
What is potential? What does potential mean?
That means she could be included into the fraud into Minnesota because she's involved.
Okay, so if it's potential and there's no confirmed direct links, does that mean that she has not been guilty of fraud?
Well, not yet, but there's investigation going on so far.
All right.
I mean, I'm reading it right now. There's an investigation going on for her right now.
So so the point that you were trying to make is that because you said that Representative Omar was involved in fraud. That's what you said. You said that.
Yeah. Let me read out the rest of the investigation. What's going on?
No. Can you give me any source? Because the source that you just gave at the very beginning does not say that she is implicated for fraud. It says that
she's not.
There's
she's
potential.
An investigation going on. Again, I say something. There's investigation. Okay, let me read it out. Let me read it out for you. Salam
I really don't care about reading it out because it doesn't prove the thing that you're trying to say. You're saying that she's the one implicated when that doesn't prove implication.
Well, I'm trying to read what she's under investigation for. Technically, she's under investigation.
That doesn't prove implication. That doesn't. Them saying that she has potential links and then starting the entire thing off by saying that there has been nothing yet. The first sentence in the second paragraph is the progressive Somali-born congresswoman has not so far been directly tied to prosecutions to the scandal. Now, this is from December the 4th, 2025. Which is what right? No, hold on. No, this is from 5 months ago. So how about this? If this was the way that it was going to lead to something, do you think that there would be any type of updated information 5 months later that would possibly give you what you're saying more credibility?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. So perfect. So can you go find anything that's more up to date that would actually be credible to your claim?
Okay, well, I got it right here.
What's the source?
For 2025 August, Omar campaign staffer claimed that the
Stop. I just told you that the source that you gave me from December of 2025 is verifying that there's potential links and there's no direct connection. And I say that there's been 5 months. Can you give me something that is more up to date, that would be more credible. And instead of you coming into 2026, you go backwards from December of 2025 to August of 2025. How does that make sense?
Okay, so I got April. Is April good enough for you? 2026?
April of, oh yeah, sure. What's the title?
Okay, so I mean,
and where's it located and what's the title?
I just Google it right now.
Okay, yeah, Google isn't the source, just like you gave me the Daily Mail and then you gave me the title. Same thing. I need the title and I need the actual source. We've been through this one.
Okay. So Daily Mail is not a source, right? Okay.
I just accepted Daily Mail.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
You take a minute. W's in the chat for D Graham for the $5 super chat to say, what up, Mike G? Love your work. Heard King Moore on Chris. He's discussing Trump riding POS, especially when cornered. Like, that doesn't surprise me. W's in chat for Miss Donna. Hey, Miss Donna, who sent a $5 super chat to say, that was me in the cash out. Finally figured out how to use it. Now I can support kicks and permabans. Miss Donna says she ready to ride. Some of us seniors struggle with the little things. No, it's all good. I get that. They, for some reason, think is like people think it's fun to call me
New York Force is a source for you?
In the middle of speaking. Some people, for some reason, think it's funny to call me Tana, so I get it. W's in the chat for Rainy. Hey, Rainy, who's in a $15 donation saying, love you, you're amazing. Have your flowers. Thank you, Rainy, for the 15 and the love and the support. W's in chat for Gregory for the $2 donation saying the U.S. has reached a point where it's no longer acceptable to be performative democracy. Boom. The global community expects more than just talk. Trump exemplifies U.S. hypocrisy. It's a new day. Gregory, fucking facts. Fucking facts. W's in the chat for Joseph for the $2 donation saying, as of now, nothing in the public legal record suggests that that Omar citizenship is under formal judicial review. There's no criminal charges. There's no denaturalization filing. There's no active removal proceedings. Economic Times, March 2026. That's how you cite a source. And I already knew that, Joseph. Like I'm making him run in circles to try to find something that doesn't exist because his claim is so wrong. I think it's funny to make them try to prove the wrong shit that they're saying. I'm going to be honest. W's in the chat for Joe for the $4 donation saying, it's all, is brother aware that Trump has enriched himself by $3.5 billion from crypto schemes, foreign business deals, insider trading, gifts, and other scheme, which is 100 times worse than anything that any other president has done. And we haven't even gotten to that. And not only, Joe, has Trump done that, but the amount of fraudsters that he has actually pardoned, the total number ranges in the trillion of restitution that victims of fraud will not be receiving because of it. That's why I said he doesn't really give a shit, but we haven't even gotten that far. W's in the chat for Joe. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.6 hanging out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, guys. We are only at 52 new followers for the stream. I am positive that there's more than 52 people watching this who don't follow me yet. So please, 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 hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Can we knock out the donuts? The donuts is the gift goal. Please, guys, can we knock those out? Please, please, please. Last but not least, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the good things. All right, King, do you have that source?
Yeah, I do. I want to give you the right one. Hold on 1 second there. It's Como. Do you take that into account too? Como.
What?
Como News. Como.
What is? I don't know what Como News is. It's fine. We can look at it. What's the? You said spell that for me.
Okay, hold on. It's KOMO News, and the headline is
okay. So that's local news. Okay, what's the title?
House of Republican large investigation into Republican Omar finance. And recently, she did her tax again, and she went back down from 30 million to something else. So I mean, something's going on with her. That's not right.
Sure. All right. So let's see here.
So I think Elon Musk is a fraudster. She should put in jail.
Yeah, I hear the fees, but we want the actual facts, not feelings, right? I mean, like I hear you. Yes, you have big feelings.
Thank you for the gift. Well, I'm not going to my feelings.
Acknowledging. No, you are. You are. I'm acknowledging your feelings. It's okay. I'm acknowledging it. It's okay. I get it.
So
you have big feelings.
Took $1 billion from American pocket, tax free. $250 million.
I hear you. I don't know. No. Bad. Do not spam misinformation. You do not get to spam misinformation without verifying your source first. Got it on the screen. All right. Let's look at it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. House Republicans launch investigation into Rep. Ilhan Omar's financial report. FYI, this is saying that there is a House-led investigation, which is common because that's a political thing, but that's fine. I will continue to actually indulge you in this conversation. All right. So let's keep looking at it. And FYI, chat, I haven't looked at this yet. I'm accepting the source. It's from a random local news station. It's already talking about how this is just a House investigation, but let's see what he got. All right.
Yeah,
House Republicans open an investigation into Rep. Omar, a Democrat who represents Minnesota, amid her skyrocketing family wealth. According to the executive exclusive report, the New York Post on Saturday notified of the staff attorneys with the House Oversight Committee leading the probe into the Somali-born Omar. The quote says, we're going to get answers, whether it's through the Ethics Committee or Oversight Committee, one of the two. Oversight panel chairman, Rep. James Comer, a Republican who represents Kentucky, told the media outlet. Comer also said the lawyers we're exploring the extraditionary step of subpoenaing Omar's spouse over his legal shady business practice. The probe, according to the outlet, is focused on how Omar's household assets increased significantly over the recent years, prompting questions from the GOP lawmakers about the sources of funds and whether they were properly disclosed under federal ethics rules. Republicans said the inquiry will review financial records tied to Omar and her husband, Tim Mannett, whose consulting firm has done business with political organizations. And then this talks about like the actual, what is this? This is the disclosure document that all members of Congress have to publish. This is Congresswoman Omar's. Investigations are expected to examine disclosure filings, outcomes, outstanding income and business relationships to determine whether any ethics or disclosure violations occurred. The lawyer said we're looking into how Omar and Mennett went nearly broke and being now to being worth $30 million in just a year, citing the 2024 disclosure. The media outlet noted the federal law enforcement have also is also conducting their own investigation.
This House part majority, that part right there. That how much?
You don't have to stop me. I'm reading it. Like why are you trying to stop me? House Minority Whip Tom Emmerman, a Republican who represents Minnesota, said the probe is long overdue, and his quote was, "While Minnesotans have been getting fleeced to the tune of $9 billion by Somali fraudsters, Ilhan Omar and her husband have been raking in millions through their shady business," he told the media outlet. The explosion of wealth, plus the fact that the convicted fraudsters helped fund Omar's campaign, is worth an investigation by the Ethics Committee, he added. Omar, who's a member of the Progressive Squad, has faced scrutiny over the past over her campaign finance issues and personal finances, but has denied wrongdoing. Republicans have framed the probe as part of the broader effort amid the enforcement of transparency and ethics requirements of members of Congress. Democrats, meanwhile, have accused representatives of politically motivated investigations targeting high-profile progressive members. Okay, so yeah, what do you think this actually just said?
On the bottom, it says the inquiry is still on its early stage. So, I mean, they're still doing inquiry.
Yeah, the inquiry is still in its early stage. No formal no formal allegations or charges have been filed, which is super important. I left that out because I didn't want to just continue to dog walk you on that point. But any findings would be referred to the House Committee and federal authorities for further review if warranted. What do you think this just said?
Well, it says that she's included with her husband and her, because she got 3 husbands. So
she doesn't. She doesn't. Stop lying.
She did.
Stop. King, I'm muting you. Stick to what this article just said. This article nowhere said anything about her having 3 husbands. It talked about 1 person. Stop making shit up and talk about the article.
Okay, so the article is stating that she and her husband own a restaurant and a winery.
No, it didn't.
Company.
No, it didn't. It didn't say. We just read this entire thing together. It didn't say shit about owning a. It didn't say anything about owning a restaurant and a winery. We just read this out together. You're fucking lying again.
But I'm telling you how it ties with her husband. Why?
I need you to tell me what the article said, not what you want to connect, not what you want to insinuate, not what you want to make up. Tell me directly this article that we just spent time reading together. Tell me what the article says.
Well, the article is basically saying that her finance just get explode all of a sudden. She just get a $30 million from nowhere, and there's an investigation going on with her. She's stealing American money and sending it to Somali.
No, it doesn't say that. Again, stop fucking adding stuff in that it doesn't say. Why is the investigation? What's the basis of the investigation? What are they saying? This is the justification of the investigation, not the speculation, but what are they using to justify the House Committee oversight investigation?
Well, skyrocket family wealth. That's the overall investigation I think they're going on.
No, it's fine. I'll tell you. The article said that the reason why they're doing this investigation is to find out if there was not proper disclosure of financial ties. That's the investigation. It's not because, quote unquote, skyrocketing. That's a factor that leads them to believe that something was not disclosed. There was never a mention of restaurants, wineries, fraud. They didn't say any of that. The investigation is based off of proper disclosure of finances.
I agree with you, Santana, but based on the investigation, these things start popping up. Restaurant.
Okay, can you now? Okay, perfect. So we verified that this actual investigation is led by the Republican-led House, which, whether it's true or not, is absolutely politically motivated, right? And I would say that if it were Democrats,
that's your assumption.
I would say that if it were Democrats leading an investigation against a Republican as well, like the House-led investigations tend to be.
You would say the same thing?
I just said that.
Okay, bad. Okay, all right.
I don't hold any type of false premises as far as this. The point that I'm saying is that it's a Republican-led investigation, and whether it's true or not, the biases of it being Republicans being able to target a Democrat motivates and initiates the actual investigation, i.e., you don't see Democrats investigating Democrats most of the time. You don't see Republicans investigating Republicans most of the time unless it's an extraordinary event. But the issue is that this only says that they are investigating Representative Omar for not properly disclosing finances. Now, can you prove that she has been involved, implicated, charged, or connected to any fraud? You still have not done that.
Well, she's not charged, but she's on the investigation.
Can you prove? No, the investigation that we just talked about has nothing to do with fraud. The investigation is about improper disclosure of finances. That's not fraud. That means that she had finances and then she didn't tell the people she had finances. The one claim in the article that was a quote from a minority member of the Republican Party when he said that he thinks that she's connected is just an accusation. There's nothing that actually makes that quote viable, except that's what he feels.
Well, it can be that be just always feels, and based on investigation and Patel and numerous FBI and CIA is doing, they're looking into these frauds that she did during COVID and doing arrest her, and they find.
Okay, so again, King, what you're doing now is spamming stuff that you think and stuff that you want to perpetuate. I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying they found all these loopholes.
Okay, then sure. Then give me a source saying that they found that Omar is not only, look, I'm not even saying, give me a source saying that she's been found guilty of utilizing loopholes. Give me a source that says they're investigating her for utilizing fraud loopholes. Just give me one source. One source that says she's being investigated specifically for utilizing fraud loopholes. Just one.
During the COVID era,
no. You're making a claim. We've already been through this like 5 or 6 times. You know how to give a source now. I'm not saying give me a claim. I'm saying give me a source.
The Hill. Look on the Hill, Omar.
The Hill?
The Hill.
Okay, what's the title for the Hill?
The title is there were always those alarm about COVID era Minnesota fraud scheme. That's published December the 5, 2025.
King, it's like when we take 2 steps forward with you, then we take like 5 steps backwards.
I mean, but it's a almost 2-year investigation going on. So I mean,
if like I'm not saying that this is out. I'm not saying this is the most out of date thing, but we've already looked at sources from December, and they've been saying that there's no actual connection. We just looked at a source that's up to date, and there's the source that's recent said that there was no active fraud investigation, and now we're going back to December, where we've already in December there was no active investigation into fraud. The source that you just
investigation,
Santana, not into fraud.
So why is it here then? Well, you want to put up the article and show me them, because it says right here, Minnesota COVID era fraud. It says right here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know what? Sorry, this is what we're going to do. To read the title one more time.
The title says there were always those alarm about COVID era Minnesota fraud scheme.
COVID era Minnesota fraud scheme.
Yeah, Minnesota fraud scheme. Yeah.
From December the 7th, 2025, right?
Yeah.
Okay. W's in chat from Mike. Mike sent a $2 donation, said, PSA, Santana, please make reading comprehension great again. I think we absolutely have to do that. W's in the chat for Mike. W's in the chat for S. Dizzy for the $5 super chat to say, imagine the guest not comprehending his own source that he's using for his claims. Like that's literally what we're going through right now. W's in the chat as well for Nexus, who just used their Amazon Prime membership to subscribe over on Twitch. Massive W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. 1.8 thousand people hanging out. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, King, I just want to let you know that I feel like we have been going in kind of a circle, and not only have we been going in like kind of a circle, but you've been unable to be like clear at proving your point, right? And so since you have been like so unclear with proving your point, I just want to let you know that I'm getting ready to drop a poll in my comments for my chat. And I'm going to let you know, 1 second here.
So could I at least read this part here for the information I got here sometime?
1 second, I'm gonna put it on the screen.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, just started a poll over on YouTube. YouTube, check the poll. Just dropped the poll over on YouTube, and I am going to now drop a poll. All right. We just started a poll over on YouTube, and now there's a poll over on TikTok. Check the poll, top corner. It's a 2-minute poll. At 2 minutes, I will stop the poll on YouTube, and we'll take a look at the results on TikTok and on YouTube. And then we'll make decisions as far as what we're going to do moving forward. But while we do that, I'm going to go ahead and get your source up on both of the screens to make sure that we can see what you are referring to. So let's see here. I got it over on Twitch, Kick, and let's get it here. Boom. And so this is what you're referring to, right?
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Okay. Now, just the FYI to kind of level set, just to ensure that we know what we're looking for, because this is the third source that we've pulled up. And the point of you giving me the source is that you're supposed to be proving that Representative Omar has any type of credible investigation into her engaging in fraud. Make sure you understand the source that you're telling me right now that we're looking at. The source is a credible accusation into Representative Omar and fraud. Are you confirming that's what the source is before we look at it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you feel good about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it. The poll is just about done. So before we go too far, I want to make sure that I properly set your expectations and we know what's happening. So let's see here. I'm going to end the poll over on YouTube. With the YouTube, 126 votes, 85% said yes, 15% said no. With the poll over on TikTok, with 194 votes, 177 said yes, and 17 said no. So I just want to let you know what just happened. I put a poll out to my chats. I allowed my chat to make the decision, and the chat has made the determination that we will continue to talk to you. But what happens from this point is now you have a bounty on your head. You're not going to be permanently banned, but you do have a kick fund now, right? You have a kick fund of $150. The way that this works is that chat, this starts from now, not previous points of the conversation, but from now moving forward. The only thing that you have to do to ensure that you don't get kicked is to actually make sure that you are citing actual sources that are valid, don't be insufferable, and don't antagonize the chat. That's all you have to do. Cite valid sources, don't antagonize the chat, and then you can stay. But if they make the determination that they want you gone, then they get to make the decision. Chat, remember, it's not through YouTube. Sorry, not super chats. You have to go through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. All right, so let's look at this. Omar, were those alarms about? Okay, so tell me where you're looking at specifically that says that she is currently under fraud investigation. I'm sorry, investigation for fraud specifically.
Okay, at the bottom, of the stuff. It says the one of the fraud operation. I don't know if you can see that line right there.
At the bottom.
No,
what paragraph?
Go to the top. To the top right there. I think is a.
This is the top.
Hold on. Yeah, I think it's the second paragraph because there's not much to it at the top. So the second paragraph.
Okay, so this is the first. This is the
one
second.
of the fraud. Yeah, right there.
Prosecutors allege that the predators of the scheme misappropriated and laundered the funds that were designated for meal reimbursements. The individual used fraudulent meal count sheets, false invoices, and fake attendance rosters to cover up crime. What is that? That doesn't prove what you just said.
Well, that means to show you that she's involved with fraud, using fraud receipts and fraud. And
where does it say Representative Omar is a part of this?
Where does it say?
Yeah, because even this is like just to verify, this is the second paragraph, right? Go back, or no, that's not the second paragraph. All right, let's just start from the top. Representative Omar said on Sunday that there were long-standing alarms
regarding the fraud scheme in our home state. So there was those alarms. We will continue.
What does this title say?
Huh?
Omar, there were always those alarms about COVID era Minnesota fraud scheme.
Yeah. I mean, she's testifying to herself that she did actually indulge into fraud by giving fraud receipt.
So
fraud daycare program.
So just to verify before we go any further, you're saying that this article is her telling people that she engaged in fraud.
Well, not directly, but indirectly, yeah.
So you're saying this article is her saying that she's being investigated for fraud.
Yeah, she's been investigation for fraud. Yeah, for the last almost 2 years now. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that's what you're saying. You're saying this article is her saying that she is being investigated for fraud. Cool. Hey guys, just remember we do have a Kick Fund. If you would like to add to the Kick Fund, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to add to the Kick Fund.
So what about the second part? You read the second
part? We're going to read this.
Representative
Representative Omar said Sunday that there were longstanding alarms regarding the fraud scheme in her home state. And then her quote is, there was always those alarms and will continue to understand where things might have gone wrong as these investigations continue and as these fraudsters are prosecuted and sent to jail. Omar told host Margaret Barnon on CBS News Face the Nation. So already this is her saying that there were fraud. There was definitely alarms of fraud around COVID, and there will continue to be those investigations to those fraudsters as they are sent to jail. So you're already wrong.
Well, she's a part of it because I mean, Amy Book called her out. Amy Book says that she was a part of the fraud game, and Amy Book is in jail. So the only thing is saving Ina Omar is the Democratic Party.
Hey, King.
Ina Omar from not going to jail.
Hey, King. Hey, King.
Thank you for the gift. Yeah.
Hey, King. You said that this article directly implicated that Representative Omar is under active investigation for fraud. That's what you said.
Read the next part. Read the next part. The part under that thing that says one of the fraud operation. Read that part.
One of the fraud operations which targets social programs in Minnesota was a $250 million scheme involving a nonprofit group, Feeding Our Future. 5 people were convicted in the case last year for misusing funds intended to feed children during the COVID-19 pandemic. Where does it say that?
Directly involved in that?
Where does it say that? Was she one of the 5 people?
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, perfect. I'm so glad that you said that. If she was one of the 5 people, what does this sentence right here say?
Which one? The one that you just read?
The one that's highlighted. You said you just agreed that she's one of those 5 people. You said that.
Yes,
what does that say?
Under investigation.
No. What does that sentence say?
Well, it says 5 people were convicted in the case.
Wait, stop. What does that word convicted mean?
Well, I mean, she's on an investigation to be convicted.
No. no, no. You cannot have a conviction with an active investigation. What does it mean? What is it? No, no, no. What does it mean to be convicted of something?
You go to jail, spend time for it, you find guilty.
Right. So can someone assign guilt if they're still reviewing the investigation?
Well, it's only a matter of time before she gets put in
No,
jail.
I need you to answer that question directly. Can you be sent to jail and be found guilty if they have not concluded the investigation?
No, if they didn't come to a conclusion that you're
so
guilty.
if they have
you can't
not
go to jail.
concluded the investigation,
no,
then she would not be one of those 5 people that were convicted in a case from 2024.
Well, Santana, let me tell you this. Most of the people that's involved in this case are actual family members of her. I could name their name right now.
No, I don't. No. You know how this goes. No. King, stop it. You know how this goes. Now you're trying to spam misinformation again. And every time you've tried to do this, I've stopped you and I've made you give me a source. And every single time your source has fell flat on its face. I'm not going to let you just spam misinformation. I will make you verify your claims. You are unable to stand on any of your sources. At this point, I feel like you should just concede, but I'm willing to hear you out if you have any verifiable sources. And FYI, guys, there is a bounty on King's head, and we are now up to 50 of the $150 kick fee. If anyone would like to add to it, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out.
Just Santana, let me ask you a question. So these people that get convicted, right? The name is Abis Asisafara.
I don't care about that. No. Stop spamming
These
the
guys
names.
are all Somali.
That's fine. I don't care. Can you prove? Are you willing to concede that Representative Omar is not currently under any type of active investigation for fraud?
I'm sorry, I can't concede on that one.
Okay, that's fine.
She's under investigation.
That's fine. If you say
she's not guilty or she's not.
No. I'm not even saying she's not guilty. I'm saying that she's not under active investigation. You have made the claim multiple times. Okay, if she is, then give me a source that proves that she is under active investigation for fraud.
Well, I keep giving you, and you keep denying them. I keep giving you all these information. Keep denying
you just got misinformation. I gotta drop you. Holy fuck. TikTok said, don't worry about the kick fund. I got you. TikTok said, kick fund, hold my beer. Holy shit. What in the whole hell? That is fucking crazy. Guys, we literally just went from source to source to source, and every single source was wrong. How the fuck do you go from source to source to source and they all prove you wrong? What are we even doing? That is insane. Holy crap. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. He was confident every single time. Just fucking strong and wrong. Just fucking strong and wrong. Absolutely mind-boggling. Holy fuck. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Mike, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Mike, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Guys, take a look at the bottom. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. That means you're just chilling, hanging out, watching the stream. But if you see gray people, if you see a pair of gray people, that means that you are in the request, you're here, and you're ready to debate, right? So if you look down at the bottom of your screen and you see the gray people, that means you're in the request and you're here for some debates. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna thank a couple of people and take a look. If you see that gray, if you see the two gray people, that means you're here for some debates. And if you are not trying to debate because you don't disagree with something on the background or you're not a Trump supporter, go ahead and remove yourself from the request. All right. W's in the chat for Wendy for the $4 and two of them. Holy shit, back to back $4.99 super chats. W's in the chat for Wendy. Thank you so much for both of those. Thank you for the love. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Benjamin. Who sent a $20 donation saying this caller chose racism over reading. Kick. Benjamin, I will save that $20 bank for if we have another kick fund. Gigi, W's in the chat for Gigi for the $10 for the kick fund. Again, I'll bank that for you. W's in the chat for Barbara for the 25 to say kick him. This is beyond ridiculous. Thank you. Same thing, Barbara. And W's in the chat for Heather for the daily hugs and kick fund. Have a beautiful day. W's in the chat for Heather. So we'll just bank all of that. And so if we get another insufferable guest, we already are ahead of the game. So W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Also, look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We've only got 60 new followers on the stream. I know for a fact that we have more than 65 people who have not followed me. This person isn't loading. So guys, please go ahead and hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live every day, all the time. So please, please, please hit that follow button. These people are not loading. Yeah, I heard him say that whole her family. Like, that's why I didn't let him get that BS out, because like there's no actual active investigation and there's nothing that proves like that's her family. Like, he was just fucking lying. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Eve, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh, hi. Yes, on the background.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with on the background where you would like to start?
Well, white women, white supremacy. But okay. I'm not going to be much of a challenge for you because I'm not that informational, but just personal experience.
Okay. But so it's your premise that white women actually care about white supremacy.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Floor is yours. Tell me why you say that white women care about white supremacy.
So, and that means you're saying, I mean, in my view, I'm saying I care about all races, but the whole situation has affected my life like immensely. If that makes sense.
Tell me how.
Well, I have a my son. I mean, I'm gonna try to make this story short, but my son's 28 now, but he's my ex. He's mixed. My son is half black, half white.
Please don't say mixed. That's a dehumanizing term.
Oh,
he's biracial.
I'm sorry. I did not mean that. I didn't mean that at all. But
It's fine. He's biracial.
Biracial, yes, love him to death. But I have a very small family because everybody's passed away. But I only have my dad and my brother. Both of them believe that races shouldn't mix. So I literally have had no contact
Can
with
you
them.
please stop saying mix? Can you please
Oh
stop
my
saying
God.
that?
I am sorry. That's what I've been told my whole life. I'm so sorry.
Don't
But I
worry,
literally
we'll
don't
talk
have.
about it. We'll talk about it. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm so
no,
tired. I just worked like
you're
60.
fine. You're fine.
No, it's just like my only. That's what they've always told me, because they don't believe races should mix. So my only family I have left is my dad and my brother, and I literally have not had any contact with them for the last 20 years due to just me being, the choice of the father of my child. And yeah, so like I have no
sorry, give
family
me 2 seconds. I don't know what's happening in the chat. I'm looking over and I'm seeing people say chat chill. FYI, you guys know that we don't do whatever the fuck shit is that you guys are trying to do in the chat. So like tighten up. My mods will be on it. Make sure we're not engaging in any type of bilateral harm. Anyway, go ahead.
I am so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm so sorry about my terminology. No, it's just affected my life a lot because the little family I have left, which is my dad and my brother, I cut off all contact like 20 years ago because of them being, racist. So, can I say that? Oh my gosh.
Can you say racist?
I'm like I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't ever do this. I just was like, when I saw that, I'm a big fan of yours, all you guys. But I have no family due to their opinions, My son never had a granddad, he never had an uncle.
Okay. So let's start here, right?
Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh
no, you're
God.
good. You're good. I feel I'm gonna try to streamline this for you, and hopefully you'll get where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
You having a biracial son should absolutely be a catalyst, right? I mean, at the very least, you're saying that, oh, you care about your sons, i.e., you care about white supremacy. Like that should be enough to be like the catalyst to want you to start. But care amounts more than just to words, right? If you truly care about something, then you would actually do something. And when you say like, oh, it's affected me greatly. Well, I mean, it's still calling out directly that you're only saying that you care about this thing because of the impact that the thing has on you, which sure. I will at least say that, like, so, I mean, I think there would need to be some examination as far as like how much you actually care when, one, you wouldn't care outside of your direct family, but two, if you haven't actually properly taken steps for action when it comes to someone that's impacted in your life that you love, then how much could you actually care? Because my real question is, what do you do to fight white supremacy on a daily basis?
Well, I have no relationship with either of them now because of their opinions.
How does stopping communication with your family actually fight white supremacy? Because like cutting them off from communication just means that they get to live comfortably and stay in the thought process and the echo chamber of them engaging in white supremacy. It does nothing to actually challenge them and try to actively get them to stop. It just gives them the comfort of knowing that no one's confronting them on it. So
well, I mean,
how does that help?
I feel like I confronted them. I mean, me speaking up to them, I mean, and that's like the only family I have, and I like literally have no family just because of that.
Yeah.
And
I will say this, and I'm super honest when I say this. And I try to help people understand by connecting the dots. Do you know who Alex Preddy is?
I do not.
Okay. He was the protester. I'm sorry. Do you know Renee Good?
I've heard of it.
Okay.
Heard of it.
Renee Good, Alex Pretty, they were the protesters that were killed in Minnesota by ICE, right? And both of them were white women.
Yes.
Both of them were white, right? And when I tell people that they were murdered because of white supremacy, people don't understand that, right? W's in the chat for the Ari Raid. Welcome in, Ari Raid. Welcome in, Ari Raid. They were murdered because of white supremacy. People don't understand how could white people be murdered because of white supremacy, right?
Right.
But the thing is that white people have white privilege, right? They benefit from being white, and upholding whiteness, the social construct, is done so through white supremacy. Now, what happens is, if any white person seeks to challenge the upholding of whiteness, then they lose their access to white privilege, i.e., Alex Pretty and Renee Good were both murdered because they stood between, or they stood in front of people who were trying to uphold whiteness, i.e. the mass deportation effort to get, undocumented immigrants of brown and black people out of the country. They stood in between that upholding of whiteness, and so they lost access to their white privilege, and therefore they lost their lives, because black and brown bodies are looked at as being disposable and expendable. That's why you see situations like George Floyd occur. That's why you see situations like, Trayvon Martin. That's why you see situations like, Emmett Till, like there's all of it, right? Because black and brown bodies are looked at as being expendable. And when you try to stop that, you're looked at as the same thing. So the fact that Renee Good and Alex Pretty were trying to stand between upholding whiteness and people who don't have access to whiteness, they lost their white privilege, i.e. they lost their lives. That is a byproduct of fighting white supremacy. People die. The reason why I said all that is to say, if you want to fight white supremacy, you have to be prepared to lose access to your family. Well, that's a thing, right? But what I'm telling you is, just because you lose access to your family, you're saying that you cut them off because they will continue to engage in like white supremacy. But that still doesn't speak to you fighting white supremacy. That just means that that was a recourse of you standing against white supremacy. So again, the question is, how are you actively fighting against white supremacy on a daily basis?
Oh, I wish I had a better answer for you. It's just, it's affected my whole life. Just due to not me having a new family, but in my job also as well. I guess I don't have a good answer for you. It's just, I just don't believe that all white women, you said all white women, white supremacy.
So is your pushback on the point that it's not that you're saying that it's wrong, you're saying that it's not all white women and there's a few good ones?
Yes. And I feel that about everything. I mean, every race. I'm just against it all. I mean, I think.
So the question now I have is, how do we identify who's the good ones?
Well, that's hard to say. That's hard to say.
Okay, so there's no way to actually quantify the good ones. Is that an accurate statement? Okay, perfect. So if there's no way to actually quantify who the good ones are, then shouldn't we address the whole of the issue instead of relying on the potentiality of a few good ones being out there?
Oh, exactly.
Totally. Okay. So then in that case, the statement would still be justified. And so the whole of white women actually care about white supremacy. We would lean on the premise that white women, all of them, individuals included, don't care.
But I feel like I do care.
Right. I'm not talking about how you feel individually, because we've already said, like, I mean, I'm not disputing that white women feel like they care. The point that I am disputing is that there's no actual care without action. And until we can identify the whole being taken care of, we can't give like passes for the individual. Just same thing with men, right? Have you ever seen people talk about like it's all men until it's no men?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
I don't, but I've heard it.
Okay. When people talk about it's all men until it's no men, that's speaking on the fact that until overwhelmingly the men that perpetuate the harm, until we can eliminate the harm that is being caused by those men in a multitude of ways, a multitude of factors, until we can ensure that the majority isn't causing the problem, we cannot exclude and expect individuals to be not a part of the majority. So until we can address the issue as a whole, then we can't give any special provisions for the individual. It's all men until it's no men, including me, right? And I try to make sure that I drill this home because people are always looking for exceptions. There's no exceptions. When I have these prompts, people are like, well, what about this person? What about, yes, this person, that person. What about trans men? Yes, trans men. Yes, yes. And if I say it's all men until it's no men, well, Santana, you're a man. Yes. I had a prompt that said, remove men from power. Well, Santana, would you remove? Yes, I'm a man. Remove me from power too. Yes. Like it's the entire premise of, until we can ensure the overarching safety, we can't take the chance of saying there's maybe some good ones out there because we can't quantify who is or is not the good ones.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I know, like I said, I'm not a big debater, but I
no, it's all good.
Like
I think it's important to come up and have like, and to be clear, I've said this over and over and over. The reason why I felt like this was very needed for white women, right, is to push them to weaponize their power. White women, for some reason, don't realize the amount of power that they actually have due to their proximity, where they can actually affect tangible change. And I say that in the sense that white women are usually the ones raising these white men, these white boys to white men, and you have the power to directly influence what they're doing. And so, like, that's why I'm challenging you to weaponize your whiteness against whiteness.
What more could I do? I mean, I literally have no family due to my beliefs and disagreeing with their beliefs. And due to that, my son lost out. He never had a grandfather. He never had an uncle because of their beliefs that, mixes or, oh my God, I keep wording
the first thing that you can do is like start with educating yourself. I keep saying this over and over and over. Like it's about action. But before you actually get to the point of action, you absolutely have to get to the point of education.
What more can I do?
Educate yourself. Like the fact that you keep saying the word mix and that's a part of your lexicon, like speaks to the fact that you haven't taken the proper steps to start deconstructing and removing those harmful terminology from the way that you speak. Greatest example of this, right? I understand that, since I'm a man, I have male privilege, and that's one of the things that I have because I get access to privilege because I'm a man. And so I also understand that means that I'm inherently misogynistic. And so on a daily basis, I have to actively work on not only keeping my misogyny in check, but addressing it and actively fighting it, right? And so a part of me doing those things is, yes, I call out other men when they engage in misogyny or misogynoir. I try to amplify women and femme-presenting voices. I try to actively do those things. I read more, I listen more, I do all those things. But one thing that I have to always do is address my lexicon. One of my favorite words to say, never towards women or femme-presenting people, is the B word, right? I used to call like people who would come in and crash out all the time, and I would just call, you're a B word, you're a B word. And then I was told by my wife which it hit home, and it really hurt when she told me this. She said, hey, you're a misogynist and you need to stop saying the B word. And when she did that, I was like, holy shit, my wife just told me that. And so like, I've been working on that and constantly keeping that in mind, but I've actively tried to remove the B word from my lexicon. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, because I do slip up every once in a while, and I'll say it and then I immediately stop. I apologize. I admit that I am wrong, and I try to make sure that I don't do it again. And that's the whole point. Like, it's not saying that we're going to be perfect in everything that we do, but we need to be actively doing these things, actively fighting, and actively trying. No one's demanding perfection. We're demanding effort.
Right. I wasn't trying to just say it was my personal experience. I was just expressing what I have been through with that. But I also have been through it at my job as well. And I try my best to just, I don't know what more I could try to do to make things better.
You can get with some other white people who have already started the process of deconstructing, and they can get you on the path with like reading materials, things that you can watch, sources, like educating yourself and stuff.
I have actually watched a lot. I'm sorry.
What have you watched?
Oh, no. I mean, I've read a lot and stuff.
What have you read?
It really bothers me.
No. What source material have you read to start your deconstruction process?
Oh, dude, I don't have any sources. No.
Well, that's what I mean when I said you read.
I'm not going to be a challenge.
Right,
I just don't think all. It says white women. White. Are you saying all white women? It says white women, white supremacy. That's all. I was just saying. I just don't. Yeah. I just don't think it's everybody. I'm sorry. I got you.
It's fine. It's just that like I just talked about the all thing. Do you remember me talking about like all men?
Yes. No, I heard you. I gotcha. I agree.
Okay. So the point that I would make is like you have to start with reaching out to white women. There's like a bunch of white women in the comment section that's a part of our community that would be able to point you in the right direction when it comes to like source material, when it comes to reading, when it comes to things that you can actually watch. You have to actually be able to indulge in that actual material. And you saying, oh, I watch and read stuff. If you're not watching and reading and engaging in the right stuff, then that doesn't help. So the overarching point, and I'm gonna land this plane here and say, like, if you truly want to properly advocate or be someone who is doing the things, it starts with educating yourself. And like, if you don't know where to start with educating yourself, then connect with someone who does.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me W's in chat for Red for the $1 euro who just sent the love. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Dragon Wonka for the $5 super chat to say 7 of these 30 Skittles are poison. Do you trust all of them? You can't tell. You can't tell which is which. That's why it's all. Literally. W's in the chat for Brooklyn for the $1 donation saying, I made a crochet version of you, Parker Dean, and I'm making a video today, and I'll tag you and I hope you see it and like it. I will definitely look for it. There's no fucking way. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Megan for the $25 donation saying, thank you for the education, time, and making us think. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Joshua for the $1 donation saying 3 hours and about 10 minutes in. I was legit asking about this. Yeah. W's in the chat for the $1 donation saying, and your mod on YouTube was mad. Okay. Yeah, well, like, you know, the mods say what they say. I'm not sure what you want to do with that one. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donations, and just got my 12-year-old into One Piece. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for Mike, guys. W's in the chat for Mike. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Trey, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I do disagree. Oh, go Steelers, by the way. Panthers suck.
What? Listen, I would normally, if it was any other team, I'd be like, yeah, F that team. The only reason I won't, you know, I'll say bump the Steelers. The only reason I say that is because, like, the rest of my family, my mom, my sisters, my uncles, like, except one, he's a Cowboy fan, but all the rest of my family is like Steeler fans because, you know, they're older and we grew up in South Carolina, and this was like before, you know, the Carolinas had a team. And so they gravitated to the Steelers. But then once I got old enough to actually start paying attention to football, the Panthers were already there. So I'm a huge Panthers fan. But bump the Steelers.
I'm a Bama fan, so I do like Bryce Young.
I get it. All right. Which point do you disagree with on the background? Where you like to start?
The white supremacy.
The fact that white women don't care about white supremacy?
No, but like the thing is, like, you know, like POC, they sometimes they say they feel like there's white supremacy, but like, why don't they leave though? Leave the country.
Oh, okay. Well, sure we can talk about white supremacy. I just don't want to talk about it in the aspect of white women because unless I'm wrong, are you a white woman?
No, I'm a man.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, we can talk about it, but we'll talk about it from a position of white men, which is completely different than the position of white women. Because not only is it not a given, but I'm not trying to challenge white men into, you know, actually caring about white supremacy. I think that, you know, there's more to that. Anyway, the question you had was if white supremacy is such a thing, then why wouldn't they leave? Because this is our country. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay, but like if I was being oppressed or whatever in the country, wouldn't I leave though? That'd probably be the best.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Like a serious question for you. Why is your alternative to like white supremacy in the country? Why is the option for people to just quote unquote leave versus actually addressing the issues and making the country better for all people?
Well, because white people are the majority, right?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with anything, but can you answer the question directly? Why isn't the issue, why is your solution for non-white people to leave the country because of white supremacy instead of actually fixing white supremacy?
Well, probably because it's not going to change.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason why you would rather just say leave the country is because you have no interest in actively trying to change white supremacy because you don't think white supremacy will ever change. So you're just accepting of white supremacy.
Well, I'm saying is that like white people are the majority. So
no, I like that's not the point. I'm saying, are you saying that you are comfortable and you accept it and you would rather be comfortable and accept white supremacy instead of changing and fighting it?
I mean, I don't think there's white supremacy going on though.
Well, that's different. That's a different claim because you just said that prior to that, the position that you were just taking is that it wouldn't change, right? You said white supremacy isn't going to change, but now you're taking a position that has like, you're just saying that, oh, it's not a thing. So you can't say that it's not going to change, but then at the same time say that it's not a thing. So I need to clarify your position. Are you saying? I don't think. One second. Let me finish the sentence. Are you saying that the reason why you don't fight white supremacy is because you're good with it and it's not going to change? Or are you saying that white supremacy isn't a real thing?
I don't think it's a real thing in this country. Maybe in other countries it is.
Okay. Can you give me the reasoning behind why you say white supremacy is not a thing within the United States of America?
Yeah, because the thing is that America is probably it's like divided. We're not divided, but like, we have like multicultural and we have like other races. This is a white country, right? So there's more. I think in 15 years, Latinos are going to be like 25%, and the white people are going to be the minority in 15 years.
Okay, are you done? I didn't want to cut you off. I want you to be able to say all the stuff. Okay, perfect. You're wrong. You're wrong. One, it's not a white country. Two, white people may be the majority as far as the racial group, but there are more people that are not white than there are people that are white. It's just that white people are the majority of the people in the country, right? Now, when you talk about the actual premise of like, Latino isn't a race, right? Just
okay,
FYI. Hispanic isn't a race either.
Okay, well, brown and black.
Brown isn't a race. I digress. The premise behind like white supremacy not being a thing has nothing to do with the actual breakdown of the population either, right? Just saying that currently white people make up the majority race or the larger racial demographic within the country does not speak to white supremacy, because there are countries and places and instances where white people are the minority and still white supremacy exists, i.e. best representation is South Africa, right? The small amount of people in South Africa that are white and the large majority of power, wealth, and control that they have had while being the minority in that country. But bringing it back to our country specifically, I guess to help you out, this is something that I talk about all the time. I don't know if this is your first time actually ever hearing me or listening to one of my lives, but if you've listened before, you probably already know this. When the Constitution of United States of America was written, who was it written for?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not on your lives. So
okay. Would you like to take a guess who was the Constitution written for?
Oh yeah, the people.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but it's like we the people, so it's like.
Yeah, when the Constitution of the United States of America was first written, it was written for white men that own land, and then from that point, everyone else has had to be given rights. So when you talk about the inception of our country, right, whether you talk about the foundation of like this being Turtle Island prior to colonizers coming here and them coming to Turtle Island and killing so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth, from those colonizers then engaging in chattel slavery, right, which perpetuated the slavery for 400 years. And then you talk about the point where slavery was ended. You talk about reclamation, segregation, Jim Crow. You talk about like all of those proceedings. And you talk about the way that the country has been ran in order to ensure that white people continue to coalesce all of the wealth and power, right? You can take a look at the actual wealth gap. You can take a look at the different forms of racism that exist within our financial, educational, and healthcare system. All of these things continue to ensure that anyone that is classified as white has the majority of the wealth and power and control within our society. So
what about me? I'm a white person and I don't feel that way.
It doesn't matter about how you feel. It's about how the society treats you as a white person.
Yeah, I've also been treated badly too by other races, but I don't let that affect me.
Yeah, being treated badly isn't racism. And
who do you think
also that
has more
nothing to do
money? Who do you think has more money, me
with
or
white
you?
people.
No, I don't have more money. I'm broke.
White people.
Yeah,
Like
because
we're not talking about you or me. We're talking about the entity, the whole, right? And even when you talk about like, so this is the funny thing. Do you know what white privilege is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's white privilege?
You get like advantages because you're white.
Mm-mm.
Or you think you're better than other people?
Mm-mm. White privilege is the ability to move through society without additional barriers due to being white. And where white privilege, there's a couple of key factors about white privilege, which white privilege, just because you have white privilege, that does not mean that you are excluded from any type of hardships. It just means that you don't receive those additional barriers due to the fact that you are white. And it also, one of the key tenets of white privilege is not knowing that you have white privilege, i.e., you can be disenfranchised in an economical stance, right? Both you and I can be broke, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between being broke in white and being broke in any other race is a huge difference within our society. One of the best examples of that is studies that were completed that shows how white unhoused people get preferential treatment versus anyone else, i.e. Black, Asian, or any other unhoused people, right? People who are living on the street that are white get preferential treatment versus non-white people living on the streets. Like that's white privilege.
Okay, well, what about in other countries though?
It's same thing persists, but we're talking about America.
Okay, but that's that's probably because
also like you try
to
you keep spamming that same thing, and we've already talked about that. Can you engage in the things that I said instead of running back to where you feel safe? Like I've already addressed that. I don't want to go back into a circle. Like address
the reason
what I'm
why
saying.
white people are getting more treated is because they're the majority.
That's not it. That's not it. We've already addressed that. That's literally not it. Can you please address what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's the truth, though. I mean, so you don't think Black homeless people are being helped?
Can you please repeat to me what I said?
Yeah, you said the difference between a white broke man and a Black or other color or other race broke man is that white people get privilege.
That's not what I said.
You said, yeah.
I didn't. I'll repeat it for you again, but I didn't. W's in chat for Roxy. Thank you so much for the $1. Yeah, I saw it. W's in chat for Joshua. Thank you so much for the $1 as well. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. I'm going to repeat what I said one more time, and I need you to listen and engage. White supremacy is the ability to move through society without the additional barriers that are placed in front of you due to not being white. It does not absolve you from hardships. It just means that you don't have to experience additional levels of hardship due to your race. Now, the greatest example of that is when it comes to people that are unhoused. There was a study completed that shows that white people that are unhoused get preferable treatment than other people that are of other races that are unhoused, meaning that while both of them are still living in the same lived reality as far as being on the streets, people that are white get more help, access, and benefits than people that are not white that are unhoused. They still live in the same world. They're still out on the streets, but being white works to the advantage of those people versus not being white. That's the point.
Okay, I'll have to look this up, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying I have to look this up though.
Okay, so can you provide me anything that would disprove the premise that white privilege, white supremacy exists? Because I can give you multiple studies, tools, and mechanisms that uphold the fact that like white supremacy exists, and it's the most important thing. whether we talk about the fact that there was a study completed by Citibank Group that shows the United States of America has lost out on 16 trillion with the T, $16 trillion due to racism. I can cite studies that show the infant mortality rate of Black babies versus any other race, or i.e. white babies. I can give you studies like the Veil of Darkness study that shows that Black people are over-policed during the daylight when people vision are not skewed versus it equaling out at nighttime when you can't actually see the people, you can just see the traffic violation. All of those things lend into the upholding of whiteness and white supremacy. So can you give me anything that can actually counteract any of that?
Oh, you said like, yeah, for like pulling over or whatever? Yeah.
No, I mean just the entire supremacy. Can you give me anything that counteracts and shows that white supremacy is not real?
Yeah.
And when I say when I say give me anything, I don't mean like randomly say stuff or tell me about your feelings. I mean like cite a source that we can look at. Like I cited multiple studies that we can, you can examine, but I'm saying, can you give me a source that actually proves that white supremacy is not real?
Yeah, you want me I can look it up right now, right?
Sure,
That's
go
fine.
ahead. You can take a moment.
Okay.
Debbie's in the chat for Gregory for the $2 donation saying, it's time for us to accept that that much of white supremacist beliefs are founded in flawed understanding of Christianity. These people are learning white supremacy in a white church. Just my humble opinion. Yeah, white supremacy and Christianity and religion as a whole is vehemently tied together. So excuse me, guys, you are absolutely right about that. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. Debbie's in the chat for, let's see here, over on Twitch. Irvine became a member with their Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Debbie's in the chat. Also, Debbie's in the chat for Ellen, who became a member over on Twitch with their Amazon Prime. Guys, if you got Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can become a member. You can be a sub. And then that sub gets you access to our amazing Discord. If you have a subscription or membership anywhere on YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch, you can join the Discord and you get access to a bunch of cool emotes and all these other benefits. But specifically, if you're over on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime. You get a monthly free subscription if you have Amazon Prime, and you can use that to subscribe and then get in our Discord. So Debbie's in the chat. And Debbie's in the chat for Asha, who sent a $5 donation saying, hey, what up, Philip? Oh, let's fucking go. Holy shit. Debbie's in the chat for Philip. What up, bro? Debbie's in the chat for Asha for the $5 donation saying he literally has a post promoting 1350. He doesn't care. I know. Now, like I've seen his post, he still hasn't been able to actually defend his position. Like that's the funny thing about this. A lot of people actually lean into their fifis, and I don't really care about fifis. I also don't get triggered by people fifis. I want to know the facts. And so like, I want them to cite the source material, and we can go through the source material. Anyway, Debbie's in the chat. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. You have that source that proves that white supremacy is not a thing?
Yeah, actually it is in like society, you know. Okay, if you live in a white neighborhood, then yeah, there is white supremacy.
Okay, well, it's not about living in a white neighborhood. It's about the, like I've just covered the structures, but fine. So you are now conceding that yes, white supremacy is a thing within our society.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what point are you trying to argue now?
Yeah, let's say this. If a black person goes into a white neighborhood and then all the white people, they want to kick him out because of his skin, then yeah.
That's not how white supremacy works. That's not even how race works. And that's not a point that you want to argue. So please listen to the question again. You've conceded that white supremacy is actually a thing and it exists. What point, do you have a point on the background that you want to debate, or do you want to debate how you still support Trump today? Is there something else? What do you want to debate now that you have conceded?
That I support Trump.
Okay. How do you still support Donald Trump? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you support Trump today not why you voted for him or any of this other stuff. Like today, April 25th, 2026. Why are you still supporting him today?
Because he's doing everything that he said.
Okay. Can you give me a claim that he said, that he stated, that he's actually followed through on?
Yeah, like the mass deportation.
Okay. So are you saying that he's had a successful mass deportation?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you quantify
I mean, he could
success?
do more though, but like, yeah, he's
right,
been
but
doing good.
How do you quantify success?
Well, he's getting as many illegals out of this country as he can.
Undocumented immigrants, right?
Okay,
I mean, like
undocumented.
saying getting as many as you can out. That's not a that's not how you quantify success. You quantify it with certain numbers. Now, would it be fair to say, like, as being able to say a successful mass deportation would mean that like the rate of mass deportation is higher than what it was under like democratic regimes, i.e. Biden or Obama? Would that be fair?
Yeah, well, not now though, because he's only been in there for like a year.
Okay, so when I say the rate is calculated and proportional to time frame. So it's apples to apples. It's not 4 years to 1.5 year or anything. It's the amount of time compared to the amount of time. So if it was 1 year, it would be 1 year, the first year versus those democratic regimes. So would it be fair to say that in order to quantify whether he is doing a good job with mass deportation, it would require him to be outperforming his predecessors when it comes to mass deportation?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so can you give me anything that says that he is outperforming Biden or Obama in his deportation rate? And spoiler alert, he's not.
Yeah, I think he's deported like at least 1 million immigrants, right?
Can you give me any actual source that shows that he is deporting, his deportation rate is higher than Barack Obama or Joseph Robinette Biden within the same time frame? And spoiler alert, he's not.
Yeah, I can go look it up.
Okay, yes, go find the thing that doesn't exist. I think it's funny, chat. Like I really do tell these people like, hey, like this isn't a thing. And then they go try to look for the fact to prove the thing that doesn't exist. Like I'm literally telling them the thing that you're saying isn't real. Would you like to go find the proof that it is? It's wild. It's wild. Deb's in chat for B for the $1.99 super chat to say, had you heard of Rep Summer Lee from PA? Thoughts? No, I have not heard of Summer Lee in PA. I'll look them up, but I haven't seen anything about that. Deb's in chat for Blue Barbie for the $3 donation sent. Have you ever seen The Sopranos? No, I didn't watch The Sopranos. I really wasn't like into the HBO series at the time. I've never really been into many HBO series. Like I watched Game of Thrones after Game of Thrones officially ended. So if that gives you any type of perspective, but I did watch True Blood. Suke. Bill. Yeah, I was a True Blood fan. W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. While you go look for that source, let's see if we can get anyone else up here to fill in the gaps. Also, guys, 1.9 thousand people hanging out. If you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications.
Oh, sorry. It said the deportation rate for Obama was almost 1 million, and then Trump it was like 600,000.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling you. The source that you're looking for, it doesn't exist because he's not deporting at the same or even higher rate than his predecessor. So if he's not actually deporting at the same or higher rate than Biden or Obama, and he has made mass deportation a focus as far as what he's doing, right? I mean, he campaigned on it. He's funded it as far as giving ICE like a shit ton of money. He's wrote executive orders directly, to tune to doing that. He's given protection for like agents to do illegal things in order to get mass deportation done. Held the Supreme Court even upheld the ability to racially profile in order to engage in mass deportation. Knowing all of those factors that he has going for him, he's still deporting at a lower rate than his predecessors. Wouldn't you deem that to be a failure?
I mean, he is. Yeah, I think he could do better, but like I don't think it's. I still don't think he's doing what he said though.
Well, he's not. But see, that's the issue. He's not. He's spending more money. He has more coverage, more protection, and he's still doing a worse job. He's not doing the thing that you said that you support him for, and i.e., there's even been internal messaging from the Trump administration. Donald Trump has said that they went too far on mass deportation, and now they have completely curtailed the overall effort for mass deportation. They're being really quiet, and they're slowing down as far as their efforts for mass deportation. So even by your standard, not only did they not perform at a proficient level, but now he's backing off of it. So again, I say, how do you still support him today if he's not doing the thing that you said that you support him for doing?
Okay, you got me there.
Okay, so can you tell me how you still support him? He is
doing a good job with like securing the border, though.
Okay, can you tell me how he's doing a good job with securing the border?
Yeah, so we don't have illegal immigrants came in undocumented came in over more with Obama than Trump.
That's not true.
How?
Barack Obama, what was Barack Obama's nickname?
I don't know.
The deporter in chief. Barack Obama had a negative immigration rate. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, so he didn't have any immigration. Well, what about Biden?
That's not what that means. That means that he deported more people than people coming into the country. That's a negative deportation rate.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, a negative immigration rate. But what about Biden? I'm so confused as far as
terrible.
He didn't. But again, I'm so confused as far as what you saying, what about Biden has to do with the fact that Donald Trump has secured the border. I keep going back. You said that he is securing the border. And I said, okay, how so?
Well, he's doing a better job than Biden. Biden and Harris let how many?
Okay,
like 10 million.
How so? Again, you keep saying, what about Biden? I need you to be specific and tell me, what has Donald Jimothy Trump done since returning to office to secure the border?
Not allowing drugs in.
Okay. Can you quantify that he's not allowing drug use into the country? Like, can you give me any source?
Yeah, didn't he not like blow up the narco boats or whatever?
Blowing up boats is not a source for him actually slowing any type of trafficking into the country. Can you give me any type of source that's saying that since Donald Trump has gotten back in office, he secured the border and slowed the trafficking of drugs into the country?
Yeah, I can.
Maybe you should have sources before you make claims. Maybe we should normalize like actually having the source and then making the claim before we make the claim and then try to give the source. Regardless, we're going to hold their feet to the fire. And we're never going to let them just say random shit. We're always going to hold their feet to the fire. So guys, while this may be tedious, I know it's taxing on me. It's so taxing to continue to go down these illogical loopholes. I will do it because it is important to ensure, one, we are holding them accountable for their words, and two, that we shame them in real time for not knowing shit. W's in the chat for Caroline for the $2 donation, and Caroline said, "Have you watched Band of Brothers? It's officially a." No, I don't think I've never seen Band of Brothers. I'm gonna have to check that out. But W's in chat, Caroline, thank you for that too. W's in chat for Trey for the $5 donation, and for making the True Blood reference. tapped in season 2. I fucking love True Blood. Debbie's in the chat for Rebecca for the $10 donation, saying, thank you for educating this white lady. Absolutely. And Debbie's in the chat for B, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, Summer League grilled RFK Jr. on the black maternal mortality rate. Really? I got to look at that. Definitely look her up. She's a part of the Democratic Socialists and part of the Young Squad. Yeah, no, I got to check her out. Debbie's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Also, guys, 2,000 people hanging out here over on TikTok. Look up at the top. Guys, we only got, 76 new followers on the stream? I'm positive out of 2,000 people, there's more than 76 people that have not followed me yet. Hit that follow button right there. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people currently watching. Also, W's in the chat for Joe Rowe, who used their Amazon Prime to become a sub over on Twitch, and followed up by Mad Raven, who did the same. W's in the chat for both of them. All right, you have that source.
Yeah, I do. So Trump reduced 56%.
No. When I say do you have that source, I want you to tell me, like, the source is the NIH and the title is blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to put this in and I'm going to put it on the screen so you'll be able to see and we'll be able to talk to it together.
Well, I Googled it, so I didn't
yeah,
go
when
to
you
the source.
Google, when you Google source stuff, like Google's a search engine that takes you to sources. And so what you do is once you Google something and you find a source, you click on that source and then you examine that source to make sure that the source says what you wanted to say. And then you give that source, which is the place where it's housed, and the title. We're teaching them today, chat. We are absolutely teaching them today. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in chat for just Devin, who sent the $5 super chat to say, I second the Band of Brothers. Also see the Pacific. Both are great miniseries. Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
Okay, so Congress.gov.
Congress.gov. Okay, what's the title? And guys, I know what you're going to say about Congress.gov. I'll tell you in a minute. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you didn't get it? Oh,
no, Congress.gov. I can't hear you while you're out of the app. You got to tell me what the title is while you're here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, fighting human trafficking. And then Biden's open border.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up, but before I do, because I think it's I think it's important to, at the very least, pull up the stuff that you are saying, since you did take the time to try to pull it up. But the question I have for you is, do you know why this would not be like a viable source?
Why wouldn't
it? Okay. This was from July 19th, 2023. Which political party had control of the House in 2023?
The Democrats.
No.
The Republicans.
Correct. So this isn't something that's exclusive to Republicans at all. This is like just an FYI for you. When it comes to like the house.gov or whitehouse.com, or I think it's whitehouse.com or whitehouse.gov, regardless, the political party that's in power at that time has the ability to publish whatever information on those sites that they want to. And so it's not something that's credible. I'm not saying that it's completely wrong, but a lot of times you see propaganda. So it doesn't matter if Democrats were in charge at that time or Republicans were in charge at that time or whatever. That's not something that you would ever want to directly lean on as a source because of the open biases throughout the entire time that those parties have power. So again, I'm not saying this is exclusively a Republican thing. I'm just saying that it's a political game. You get it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I found a PDF. Are you talking about this PDF, or do you actually have like a an actual link to the actual congress.gov homepage that we're looking at? What did you find?
Well, I great too.
I couldn't hear you where you were out.
Yeah, Homeland Security is a great resource.
Wait, okay, so we're not looking at the source that you originally gave.
I mean, you can go there because Homeland Security is, it's about
okay, but I just need to know which source we're actually looking at, because like you gave me a source and now you're switching the source. I'm fine with it. I just need to know which one we're looking at and putting on the screen.
Okay, yeah. We go.
W's in the chat for Kelly for the $5 donation. Have you heard of Stuxnet? Stuxnet? No, I haven't. Stuxnet was a cyber weapon developed by the U.S. To sabotage Iranian nuclear programs targeting. No, I haven't checked that out, but I will check. Oh, that's on Reuters. I'll take a look at that. W's in chat. Thank you so much for that $5, and thank you for that information. W's in chat for Martin for the $2 donation. My child is 16. He follows you because of me. He now is in debate class in school and argues that his generation is fully cooked because of AI. And AI overview is destroying the intelligence of his peers, and keep cooking these kids. Well, fun fact, I don't know if your son has read the Stanford study on AI and confirmation biases, but I would tell him look it up. Stanford did a great study that shows that not only is their generation cooked because of AI, but AI is feeding them incorrect information, like on purpose. AI is literally telling them that they're correct and giving them confirmation bias when they're not correct. So it's a problem. It's a huge problem. And
you know what a
in the chat
is?
Yes, I absolutely know what a groiper is. W's in chat
yeah,
for Dragon.
I am one of those.
I don't care. W's in the chat for Dragon for the $1 donation, saying we learned citing in middle school. By the way, we did. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 donation, saying seeing The Wire, it was excellent. I've tried to, but I've never actually been able to successfully catch up on The Wire, even though I really want to. W's in the chat. Also, W's in chat for, that's it. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, what source are we looking at?
Well, I get all my information from Nick Fuentes.
I don't care. What source are we looking at?
DHS sets the stage for
remember,
historic.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you while you're out of the app.
DHS holds a stage for historic.
Okay, so we're not looking at the Congress.gov. We're looking at DHS. Okay, what's the title again?
wwcbp.com.
That's the website. What's the title? Yeah. What's the title?
I already told you the title.
I didn't hear it because you were out of the app. Remember, you have to be back in before you read the title off.
Okay. DHS sets the stage for historic.
Historic. That's it.
Yeah, and then record breaking under Donald Trump.
All right, DHS sets the stage for another historic record-breaking year under President Trump. Okay, so just an FYI, right? We're gonna look at this. I don't know what just happened. Like the sound, something's going on with your sound now.
That's my cat.
Like you sound like you're in a tin can, and it's kind of causing an echo now.
No, yeah, but it's my cat.
Okay, can you undo whatever just happened with the sound?
Yeah, my cat's not meowing, so it's fine now.
No, it wasn't meowing. Oh, you had your hand over it since. Okay, got it. Okay. So just to verify the source that you gave, and remember, I want to level set before we look at the source. The source was supposed to be citing that Donald Trump has actually secured the border, right? That Donald Trump has done something to ensure that the border is secured, right? That's what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to put the source on the screen, and then we're going to examine it together, okay?
Yeah. Okay, I'll even read through it, and we can read through it together.
Well, I would have hoped that you read through it prior to you giving it to me, but yeah, I mean that's what we're gonna do. All right, got it on the screen. Can you tell me where in this source are you citing that that Donald Trump has secured the border?
Well, you have to go down a little more.
Yeah, tell me where. Which paragraph?
That's it?
No, I'm saying which paragraph. I'll go down. Tell me which paragraph.
Oh, okay. That was the third paragraph.
Okay. 1, 2, somewhere around here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. DHS is set a stage to break even more records and make more history in President Trump's second year. The president, in President Trump's first year back in office, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the U.S. because of Trump administration crackdown illegal immigration, including 2.2 million self-deportations and more than 675,000 deportations. In the year and a half, I'm not going to say that, trafficking at the southern border has been cut more in half compared to the same period in 2024, said Christy Nome. The U.S. Coast Guard alone seized enough booger sugar to unalive more than 177 million Americans. Meanwhile, we have saved taxpayers more than $312 billion at DHS. Countless lives have been saved, and communities have been strengthened, and American people have been put first again. So are you saying that this is the source?
Yeah, all that, yeah.
Okay, what is this?
Are grabbing them up, ladies, before that flash sale ends. Prices will go up. Ladies, at 2 for $25 will go up to 2 for $100, and ladies at 2 or that 3 for $35 will be 3 for $150. Ladies, keep in mind, we do have that leopard still, okay? We do have that leopard still, my love. So just because I'm wearing that solid color, ladies, don't mean that we're sold out. We do got those in here, but
it is FL BBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBT. Toot, that is a really great onomatopoeia, Donatello. Toot is a good onomatopoeia. I also want to test out some onomatopoeias right now. I think that we should. I think that we should do some word exercises. What are some onomatopoeias, you guys?
Oh, me getting out of my chair.
No. Okay. No, that is a good one. Huh? Is a good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wham! Boom! Pow! Boom!
I sound short of the sound typically.
My back! My neck. Yeah. Yeah. Buzz. Kaboom.
Rest in peace, my Grammy. She got hit by a bazooka.
Click. Unfortunately, Danny DeVito is not an onomatopoeia. That is a proper noun. Swoop. That's a good one. Crash. Pop, pop, pop. That's Mr. Thomas's bones.
I want to be offended, but it's true.
Not conolingus saying splash. That is actually hilarious. I am so proud of you guys for all of your onomatopoeias. Thud is a great one. Ripmgshabab. Ripmgshabab. That is what Malik said. I don't even know what that is. Floop. I don't think that's a real word. Zoom. I love that one. Love that. I love a good zoom. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Hey, Lane, our pizza was really good. We had a good time. We just ate. We were so hungry that we had to eat like quietly. We didn't even say anything to each other. I don't even think we looked at each other. I think we just
If you guys know, that's what TikTok has been glitching all over. I really wish that they would fix these servers, like as a whole, because this shit is irritating. This is so irritating.
You can also go down too.
Yeah, that's fine. I was saying, do you know what is this?
Those are quotes by Christy Nome.
Okay, perfect. So they're quotes. So this wouldn't be viable. These would just be claims. So you said go down. All right, what are we going down to?
Yeah, so President Donald Trump ran on securing borders.
Oh, okay, so you're saying right here. Got it. Okay. We should be good. That was the thing. All right. President Trump ran on securing the borders and fixing border crisis that took place under his predecessor, Joe Biden. In the first year of office, President Trump delivered more secure borders in U.S. history. Since May, the country apprehensions at the southern border have reached historic lows. In fact, total U.S. Border Patrol, U.S. BP apprehensions along the southern border in the first year of the current administration, 90,841 were less than the average month during the Biden administration of 1,555, 485,000. U.S. BP apprehensions over the last 12 months were at the lowest ever record in CPB history. Okay, so question. How does this square if the actual border is secure? How could CPB be apprehending 90,084 people? You just went silent. Oh, you're not saying anything.
Oh, okay. Because there's ICE agents.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like you said how fewer, right?
No, I'm saying if the border's secure, wouldn't that mean that there would be no apprehensions because there would be nobody to apprehend, right?
Yeah, because no one's coming across the border.
No, clearly there's people coming across the border because there's 90,084 apprehensions. So there's clearly people coming across the borders because they've been apprehending people.
Yeah, but they haven't came through though. They haven't been caught.
No, this is literally them saying they came through and they caught them.
Yeah, but Joe Biden didn't do that.
But what about Biden? We're not talking about Joe Biden. You said that Donald Trump has secured the border. You said that people aren't coming in. I said, cool, prove it. And you gave me the source. And the source is saying that, yes, people are coming in, but we're doing an awesome job at catching people because we caught 90,084 people, right? In turn, they're saying that the Biden administration caught 1,555,485 people. Now, they're trying to say that there's less people coming in. That's why we caught less people. But the simple fact of the matter is two things. One, there's people coming in and they're catching those people. And two, Biden caught more people. You can debate there's more people coming in or whatever the case may be. But those two things are fact. Number one fact, people are coming in. Number two, Biden caught more. Now, tell me again how Donald Trump is securing the border.
Yeah.
Are you conceding on the fact that he secured the border?
No.
Okay, then prove it.
You got me.
So you are conceding on him securing the border?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if we've already covered the fact that he is not fulfilling the desired requirement for mass deportation, and we've already conceded the fact that he is not securing the border, then the question still stands. Why do you support Donald Trump as of today?
I don't know. I honestly shouldn't be supporting anyone because I think everyone's corrupt. I think both parties suck, and yeah.
Okay, so you don't support Trump now?
No, but I'm not going to support I'm not going to support anyone though. I'm
That's
not
fine.
voting. Never will vote.
If I can be honest with you, the one thing that I would recommend is that you just like properly educate yourself and like critically think with your sources, or maybe even just hang out in here, even if you and I don't line up politically. Like there's a lot of people who watch my stream that don't necessarily align with me politically, but they do so because like it's informative and like they gain something from it. So at the very least, you might learn how to like properly vet your sources, so that way, if you do have a position you want to defend, that you can defend it better. All right.
Well, I mean, we can get to like conservative and liberal. I mean, I'm conservative, so I mean that's probably the only thing I stand on is conservative values instead of like
what conservative values?
Traditional. I believe that's good for society.
What do you mean?
Like marriage, and like men should be the house or the leader, and women should just take care of the kids.
Can I? Okay, so you believe in conservative values and the premise that like traditional roles and like society and things like that. Okay, can you tell me what substantial action has the Republican Party taken to encourage conservative values, i.e. like what have they done that has made it worth people wanting to uphold traditional values?
To be honest, I don't think either party. I don't think the Republican Party has either. I don't think Trump even does that.
Okay, so then there's no debate here. Then you're just saying that you believe in conservative values and it's your fifis, right?
Yeah, because Trump, he posted that thing that mimicked God or whatever, and I don't think he's a real Christian.
Donald Trump has said that he's not a Christian, but you've already said that you don't support Donald Trump. I was giving you the out as far as like you're saying that you're conservative, so I'm saying that you align yourself with the Republican Party. So therefore, I wanted you to defend the Republican Party, making it beneficial for people to be conservative. But now you're saying that you don't have that, so now it's just fifis.
No, I don't think I don't think they're conservatives. I don't think the Republicans.
So question for you, because you and I have been talking for a while now. I think you and I have been chatting for, let's see here if I see the time. You and I have been chatting for 51 minutes, right? Within the 51 minutes of you and I talking, how many times have I either debated or allowed you to debate a position based off of feelings and not wanting a source?
A lot.
So I've been letting you talk about feelings with no sources.
Yeah, probably the whole time.
When did I let you talk about feelings and not have you cite sources?
Oh no, but I'm saying I've done, based off feelings.
Right, and I said, when have I let you talk about feelings and not cite sources?
Never.
Okay, so why would you think that I'm going to allow you to talk about feelings and not cite sources right now?
Oh, I can.
No. I'm telling you, that's not something I would allow you to do. If you can't quantify the actual point of conservative value being perpetuated to the point of like anything tangible, then there's no point of actually debating it. Like you have to give me something that has been deemed to be beneficial for upholding conservative values, and then you have to tell me how it's been implicated. And that's why I try to give you the option to connect it to the Republican Party, because the Republican Party has power where they could actually implement said values, but you're saying that they don't do it. So like,
yeah, I said they don't.
Right. So now it's just fifis.
Yeah, I don't think the Republican and conservative values align.
Okay, so you're conceding on that point as well.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't have any debate there. So I think we're done.
But I'm just saying, like, conservative is better than liberal values.
Okay, but you can't quantify that. It's just your feelings.
Yeah, but like that. Okay. So back then we had like conservative values, right? And society was better.
I don't care about like the feelings and the thoughts. I need you to quantify it, and you quantify it with sources, and you can't cite a source that actually shows that holding to conservatism is beneficial.
Yeah, sure. I'll look it up. I'll prove you wrong.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop you down. You go look it up, and as soon as you find that source, request right back up, and I'll get you in here. Okay.
All right.
He's not gonna find the source, guys. He's not gonna fucking find that source. Terry said enough is enough. Terry said enough is enough. God damn, Terry. Oh shit. Terry said enough is enough. Holy shit. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. God damn it. W's in the chat for Joshua. Thank you for the 5. It's all good. You know, the mods are like, you know, the mods are an extension for me, so I appreciate you saying that. W's in the chat for Susan for the $10 donation and said, thank you. No, thank you, Susan. W's in the chat for Susan. W's in the chat for Fee, who sent a $1 donation saying he believes in misogyny, 1, but 2, he's not in any place to lead women or be in charge of the household. I wasn't going to let him get into the misogyny because he can't quantify it. Like, if you can't quantify it, then I don't want to hear it. So Debbie's in the chat for Grace for the $1.99 say might enjoy AMC's The Terror Supernatural Historic. I think you mean historic. Yeah, historic. Fuck me. Debbie's in the chat for the Greenest for the $5 Canadian super chat to say, if you don't want the AI overview in your Google search, put AI at the end, put dash or minus AI at the end. Also, thank you for being awesome and keeping people informed. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $5 Canadian super chat. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we had a glitch and so we lost about 300 people. So make sure if you look up at the top, if you swiped out and came back in, make sure you hit that follow button because we only got 81 new followers on the stream. But make sure that you are reposting the live. If you repost the live, it'll put the live on your FYP. And so anyone who interacts with you or any of yourself will be able to see it. But make sure you hit that follow button, turn on notifications, and tap the screen. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. 45, 47. This person isn't loading. Oh, did not mean to load that person. We're just gonna go ahead and kick them before they load in because fuck you and your username, you piece of shit. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Trump supporter or disagree with the white women equal white supremacy.
Okay, that's not what that says. That says white women don't care about white supremacy, but all good. Hey, okay, that was in the chat for Lorne for the sheep. So you disagree with the premise that white women don't care about white supremacy? Is that what you're saying, or did you want to concede to that and then defend something else?
Yeah, I disagree that white women don't care about white supremacy. I think that I do agree, but I will concede that you can't tell which of us do.
Okay, so if it can't be quantified, it's a safer assumption to assume that white women as a whole don't care about white supremacy versus trying to figure out which the individual ones do then.
Yes, I would say that, but I do think it's a false analogy to say that like it's all white women in the same way that it's all men. I think that is a false analogy.
So you would say, would you say that it's all men?
Person. I would, but all men is not the same as all white women.
Tell me why.
For instance, because when all men is based on actual action, not just an ideology, which you're using white supremacy to be equal to misogyny. And yeah, while a lot of white women might be white supremacists and a lot of men might be misogynists, that doesn't necessarily translate to action. And so when we say all men, we're referring to the fact that that men are violent, and there are plenty of statistics that we can base that on. And we know that. Okay. You are not going to be afraid of me walking down the street, correct?
Yeah, you're a white woman.
Right. You're not going to be afraid of me, but you might be.
Yes.
You might
No.
look at me and think
I'm
she's white
absolutely.
supremacist.
No. I'm absolutely terrified of you. You know why?
You're physically afraid of me.
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
White women get black men killed.
Okay, you're saying that premise is that what you're saying is that as a white woman, you're terrified of me because I might do something that that makes a bunch of other men, white men, your whole premise is based on the fact that I'm going to go get a bunch of other men to do something that hurts you.
No,
it's not that I physically am going to kill you.
My premise is that historically speaking, white women have perpetuated violence towards black men, black people, period. But through lies and, quote unquote, white women tears have literally caused the death of black men. So even though I don't know you on an individual basis, I do know that I need to be aware of white women who have weaponized their whiteness and their femininity against black men and caused black men to die. Just like you don't know me as an individual man, but you do know that men perpetuate violence towards women, children, and other men. So the same premise as far as the reason why you would be quote unquote scared of me walking down the street because I'm a man, is the same reason why I would be scared of you walking down the street because you're a white woman.
I concede that that historically and probably still going today. I'm not saying that there's not white supremacy, man. I agree with you. I love everything you do, but I am saying that what you're saying is that white women are going to physically hurt black men or black women indirectly. Like through white women's tears or coming up with lies or something.
Yeah,
that's
directly
like saying,
and
that's
indirectly.
Like saying that. Well, I mean,
question for you.
So are you saying that there's a lot of data out there? Okay.
Question for you. You said that you're a Trump supporter, right?
Oh no, I'm definitely not a Trump supporter.
Oh, you're not. Okay, I'm sorry. You said you're not a Trump supporter. Got it.
Definitely not.
Got it. What racial category voted for Donald Trump at the highest clip?
At the highest clip?
Mm-hmm. Meaning the total group, men and women.
White people.
Okay, perfect. Since the fact that Donald Trump has been back in power, has that overwhelmingly harmed and disenfranchised not only black people but anyone that's not white?
Yes. Question for you.
Can we quantify? Wait, I'm not done. Can we quantify the amount of harm that have been caused to, let's say, black people from Donald Trump being back in office?
I'm not sure that we can quantify that.
We can.
But I know
if we take a look at like the black unemployment rate, the fact that since Donald Trump has been back in office, the black unemployment rate has spiked, while the white unemployment rate has basically not changed, even though unemployment is up. The majority of people that have been affected by Donald Trump and his actual policies that he's quote unquote been implementing, the executive orders and his actions that he's taken, it has overwhelmingly negatively impacted black people, but specifically black women, i.e. the over 400,000 black women that have lost their jobs due to Donald Trump's policies and the whole quote unquote attack on DEI. So yes, you can quantify that.
Okay, sure. But
now, would it be fair?
But white women are the biggest beneficiaries of DEI.
I'm finishing up this point. We're not even talking about DEIA, but the point being, so even though those white people that voted for Donald Trump did not directly go out and harm black people, did they indirectly harm black people?
100%.
That's the point.
But not all white people. Okay, so are you aware that when we look at 2020 versus 2024 and the movement in by race towards Trump, so we had Biden versus Trump and then we had Kamala Harris versus Trump. Are you aware that white women, the split between Trump versus the opponent stayed virtually the same between the two? However, black men moved more towards Trump than women.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure. What point do you think you're making there?
I think the point is that I think that says that there's more misogyny out there.
Yes, misogyny absolutely exists. That still doesn't negate the point that I'm trying to make. What you're trying to do now is equivalent to what about Biden? You're trying to deflect the fact that we're talking about the harm that was created by white people, white women, and saying, well, it's not just white people. Yeah, we're going to get to that too. But you're saying, oh, it's not just white people. It's, you know, look at the black people. Look what the black people did. Like, that's the same thing. Now, a question for you. What percentage of white women voted for Donald Trump?
What percentage of white women? 52, I believe.
53%. Perfect. And you said that you didn't vote for Donald Trump, right?
No.
Okay, perfect. How am I supposed to know, you and I walking down the street, how am I supposed to know that you're not a part of the 43%, you're a part of the 47%?
I mean, I've already conceded that you can't know that. I'm just saying that the analogy of all men and all women, you're not like, yes, anybody who voted for Trump has at the very least, indirectly hurt all black people and all people of color, 100%. But it's not the same as direct harm, which is the all men are harm, you know, it's all men until it's no men. You're trying to take that argument, and when we're saying that, that's because of literal direct physical harm.
Has every single man directly caused physical harm to a woman?
No, but we don't know that.
Okay, so then that's the same thing, right? Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. If you're saying your original premise was the reason why it's not analogous is because my premise of all white women, it doesn't equate, because when you say all men, you're talking about direct physical harm from men. But if you're saying that not every single man has engaged in direct physical harm of women, then you're saying that the two things are still analogous.
Okay, let's look at it like this. If we take society out of the case and it's just you and I in the woods, are you afraid of me? Should you be equally afraid of me as I am of you if we take society out of the situation?
Wait, are you tell me why you say that? What's the basis of you saying that?
Because what you're saying when you're saying that white women don't care about white supremacy and all the arguments that I've heard you give relate to that white women indirectly have caused.
No. Stop talking about that. Talk about your hypothetical. No, stop. Lock in. I need you to answer directly to your hypothetical. Because in your hypothetical, you're taking the societal structure of what we know out of the equation, and now you're putting me and you in the woods together, and you're saying, would I be as afraid of you as you should be as afraid of me? What factors are you gauging the premise of who should be afraid on?
The direct versus the indirect.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Seems to be the difference in what I'm saying is wrong with your analogy.
No. I'm talking about stop talking about my analogy. Talk about the hypothetical that you just gave. I'm trying to get to. So tell me what factor in your hypothetical of you and I being in the woods and the historical societal reference being removed. It's you and I in the woods, and your premise was, should I be afraid of you as much as you should be afraid of me? I'm saying, what is the driver for fear in that hypothetical situation?
Because you can, and there are plenty of statistics to say that men can harm physically directly me.
Boom. That's what I need you to say. Okay, perfect. So in the hypothetical situation, hypothetical situation, you absolutely went through internalized misogyny.
How did I do that? Please explain.
Because you said take all the societal information out of it. So if you're going to remove historical races references, then you have to remove historical gender references, i.e. you're a woman, I'm a man, oh, I'm big, strong, da-da-da-da-da. Like you're removing that. You have to remove those things. But instead of removing those things, you locked in on the fact that I'm a man and you're a woman, and that is internalized misogyny. Again, you're not getting it.
That's disingenuous as
I'm
hell.
disingenuous. Okay, cool. I'm disingenuous. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hold on. Perfect. I was just about to check the actual. I was just about to see if any of my friends were in here that are feminists, or not feminists, but gender abolitionists. Feminist, womanists, anything like that. Hey, Ari.
Which I am.
Hold on one second. Oh, you are good. Cool. Hey, Ari.
Yes.
Am I wrong? Was that internalized misogyny, or am I just tripping?
I would need to ask her, what do you mean remove society? Like, how do you know you're white?
Okay, that's a very good point. But I'm just saying.
So you can't remove society from it, right? The only way you even understand that you're a woman is from societal structures.
Okay.
So yeah, like it can be seen as internalized misogyny. It can also be seen as racist.
So are you saying that we cannot tell the difference between a man and a woman, or a male presenting and female presenting person?
So she's leaning back into, so I was right. So you're leaning back into the internalized misogyny. Got it. So Ari, she's saying, no, it's not racism. It's internalized misogyny.
Like, do you understand like man and woman are social constructs?
I do.
Okay. So then, no, you would not be able to identify masculinity, femininity, man, woman, because those are things that we've socially constructed in our gender performances. And we've made identity markers for that gender performance. This is why a lot of people can't even identify trans people in plain sight, right?
Sure.
Because of gender performance.
So are you actually saying that there is no difference between direct and indirect harm? And let me speak for a second, because when Santana and I first started talking, and I love you, guy. When we first started talking, though, he talked about white women's tears and how we've hurt the Black population throughout history, which I'll concede to that. But it has been through proximity to white men who are in the white supremacist, like, I get that. But it has been, it's not been that women, there are not a lot of counts of women directly hurting Black people as many as there are of men hurting women. Not even close.
So,
there are plenty of counts of white women going and finding white men who then hurt Black people. There are shit tons of that, but that is indirect.
I'm sorry, really quick. Sorry, Ari. Sorry. Hey, really quick. Do guns kill people, or do people kill people?
I mean, people with guns kill people.
Okay. All right. I just want to throw that out there. Chat. I know people got it. Anyway, go ahead, Ari.
Yeah, because what I was going to ask you is, I'm a Black woman. What do you think it matters to me if you stab me or someone else, or if you tell someone else to stab me? What do you think it matters to me?
I don't think it matters to you, but I think
at the end of the day, I still got stabbed. Correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But so, like, for me, of it does matter.
So for me, it doesn't matter. I got fucking stabbed.
100%.
Regardless. So when we're talking to Black people and we're talking about, I will push back on the framing of weaponizing femininity. I don't think you can weaponize femininity. I do believe white women weaponize their whiteness and proximity to whiteness, but are very happily complacent in their subjugation. And so we'll sit in their subjugation, acknowledge their subjugation, and say, oh no, what am I to do?
Yeah,
I need a big, strong man to come save me.
I will do neither of those things.
To white men and happily play into their gender role assigned to them under the patriarchy. And white men will fill their roles, right? And this is why I say white women are extremely dangerous, because they don't love themselves to liberate themselves from gendered oppression. You're happy within your subjugation.
I am not happy. I am not subjugated, nor have I ever been.
You're not subjugated?
How am I subjugated?
Are you not a woman?
I am a woman, but I mean, in my everyday life, I am not submitting to my subjugation, as you're putting it. Like, you're doing it right now. How?
Because you can't abolish patriarchy without abolishing racism. And the fact that you're up here.
I'd love to do both.
Yeah, but the fact that you're up here proves that you're not.
How so?
Because you're pushing back against Santana. right? When you try to say like this
can't say that I can't push against an idea that a Black person has and not be for Black people. That's an unfair statement.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the fact that you're refuting it because it is all white people. So it is all white women.
How is it?
Wait, hold on. One second. Hold on.
How is it that all white people are white supremacists?
One second. Do you subscribe to that? And do you subscribe to, just like you've already said you subscribe to, it's all men until it's no men. Do you subscribe to it's all white people until it's no white people?
I do.
Okay. So then if you subscribe to it's all white people until it's no white people, and you subscribe to all men until it's no men, then you don't like this because now we're saying it's all white women until it's no white women, because this is specifically talking about a targeted group that you're a part of.
No, I'm fine with you saying that it's like, we can say it's all white women until it's no white women. But what you're saying is that white women don't care about white supremacy. And I don't believe that you can say, I don't feel like that's fair to say. I do feel like
that's the point of saying white women don't care about white supremacy, because it's all white women until it's no white women. I've said that.
I think it's extremely fair to say as well, when we see in white women's behaviors and their complacency within their subjugation, and we haven't seen a change switch, right? When we're looking at like, I don't typically talk about electoral politics, but to Santana's point, when we're looking at the women who basically voted for their own oppression was overwhelmingly white women, right? And so when we're talking about who over here amongst gendered oppression is okay with their own gendered oppression, it's going to be white women. So that's something you guys need to unpack amongst yourselves. And then on top of that, whenever white women are confronted, like yourself right now, there's a lot of pushback because of not wanting to acknowledge the harm, right? Like when trans people come to me and say, hey, it's all cis women till it's no cis women, I'm like, okay. I understand what they mean. I don't push back. I just existing as a cis person, I'm harming trans people. And I can acknowledge that. And I don't need a thumbs up from them to wanting to unpack that. What you're looking for is a thumbs up and like, oh no, some of us are good. No, all white women are bad. Just like all men, it's all men, right? Mm-hmm. All cis people, all of us are perpetuating harm. You just don't want to acknowledge the harm. You want to add a girl.
So are we just saying that everybody's hurting everybody all the time and it's everybody hurting everybody until it's over? Is that what we're saying?
It's not everybody. It depends on
cis people are hurting people, trans people are probably hurt,
I think what you're missing is not about saying, oh, you're hurting people. It's about acknowledging the actual structures that disenfranchise marginalized communities and marginalized people, and then addressing those biases, working to abolish. So you literally said that you're a gender abolitionist. Like you said that. So if you're a gender abolitionist, then you would understand the actual societal structures that cause harm for marginalized communities, and it's addressing those societal structures, and it's all societal structures until it's no societal structures.
Right, we're just naming the specific harms because
we have no societal structures.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You think that we can have no societal structures?
In terms of these hierarchies, yeah, these can be abolished. It's a choice not to abolish them.
The patriarchy does not have to exist. Just like race and racism does not, or whiteness does not have to exist. Like, yes, we can address the actual created structure, the actual social constructs that we live in. We can't change the material lived reality as far as like, how tall we are or our phenotypical characteristics, but we can change the actual societal structures that we use to abide by and create the hierarchies.
I do find this a little hypocritical. What do you think gender abolition means?
I mean, I guess I was more looking for the race abolition. Like I'm against racism. I didn't really catch that he said gender abolitionist. Be honest, I didn't hear that, so I don't know what I don't know what that means.
Wait, so are you a race abolitionist?
I mean, like I want to abolish racism.
Okay, so what are you doing to actively try to abolish racism?
I have conversations with members of all races. I try to have conversations about this. I try to read about it. I participated in the BLM protests in Chicago. I mean, I don't know. What would based on the conversations I've heard you say with the last woman that came up here, who said that she gave up her family in the name of this, and you're just like, oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
You know, until you
why is that nothing? Why is that nothing?
You said it was nothing.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. Why is that nothing? Her disconnecting from her racist family, how does that address white supremacy?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that within her microcosm of the world that she lives in.
No, I need you to answer the question directly. No, I need you. No, because I've already said no. I don't want you trying to spam the shit that you want to say. Stop it. I need you to directly tell me, how does that combat racism? I mean, white supremacy? Because it openly said, I understand the consequences. That is absolutely, the fact that she is no longer in contact with her family is a consequence of white supremacy, but that does not show her actively fighting white supremacy. I am not belittling the fact that she no longer is in connection with her family. I'm saying that's not her fighting white supremacy because she gave up. She didn't say they won't engage with her because every time she engages, she tries to like fight white supremacy. She's saying they're white supremacists and I don't want to deal with it anymore. So even though it hurts me not to be around my family, it makes me more comfortable than fighting with them about white supremacy than it does to actually, it makes me more comfortable to not fight with them about white supremacy than it does when it comes to fighting it. She literally picked her comfort over fighting white supremacy, even though it caused some discomfort.
I would not say losing your family is some discomfort.
How do you know?
I'm not saying
how do you know? Not everybody, not everyone.
My family.
Yes, but not everyone holds the same value on family as you do. You're projecting your value of family on everyone else.
That's true. But I'm also, I heard her and she said that it was painful. And you didn't ask her if she fought with them for years before she gave up.
I want us to keep this into perspective as well. Like, while you're saying that's something, and sure, I can consider that. We've also seen Black and brown children walk out to see their family members become Christmas ornaments.
100%. And that's fucking atrocious.
So, like, if I'm not here to argue. If a Black man doesn't have too much empathy for that, I think that's fair when his family's consistently under threat.
I mean, I'm not saying that white supremacy doesn't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when he sees a white woman walking down the street, it is not analogous to me seeing a man walking.
How are you going to tell me?
I'm not going to immediately hurt him. The hurt that might come has time.
But wait, no. Stop. The point of you saying this, it's not based off of personal interaction, right? And is that fair to say? Your statement is not based off of personal interaction.
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you mean when you ask that.
Because in both scenarios, you're saying that you should be scared of me walking down the street because I'm a man, but I should not be scared of you walking down the street because you're a white woman. You're saying those two things aren't equal. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, I'm saying that those are not equal.
Okay, perfect.
Wait,
hold on. I'm gonna finish. And you're not saying either one of those things because you and I have interacted personally in real life. That you're not saying that based off of personal interactions, right?
You and I have not. Yes, I'm not basing that on you and I.
Perfect. So you're saying that you should be afraid of me walking down the street, but I should not be afraid of you walking down the street. And you're saying that's because I'm a man and I shouldn't be afraid of you because you're a white woman. But neither one of these are based off of personal interaction. So you're basing the fact that you should be afraid because I'm a man. And when we look at the when we look at the violent crime that's perpetuated from men towards women, that's what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So then if I can point to the same thing and point out how white people and specifically white women have literally gotten black men killed, why should I not have the same level of trepidation towards seeing you, a white woman, as you should see to or have towards me, seeing me, a man?
Okay, can you provide a source that shows that white women are killing or perpetuating violent crime against?
I think you're blatantly ignoring white supremacy, and you're proving the point now.
I'm not.
Because are both, is racism a system of oppression?
100%.
Okay, is patriarchy a system of oppression? Sexism?
100%.
Okay, great. That's what we're comparing right here, right? Sure, you can be afraid of Santana in terms of like gendered oppression and the fact that he's a man, just as much as so he can be afraid of you for racial-based oppression with historical nuance and how we've seen whiteness take the lives of black people. So yes, he can be afraid of you because white women have always fallen on their whiteness. You're doing it right now. You're in active danger. And right now, I'll tell you why. Right. There are people listening. There are close to 2,000 people, at least here on TikTok, right? I know that Santana has different platforms, right? There are people
we
who are
got a total
by.
of almost about 3,000 people listening right now.
There are probably a lot of people just scrolling by who don't have the whole context of the conversation. And you know who they're going to center and they're going to pity the most out of this conversation? You.
Who they're going to pity the most? Me. For sure.
You. Yes.
I understand.
Right. And they're going to paint me and Santana as violent and as attacking you because of the way we're talking to you, even though we haven't raised our voices, right? And how if you start crying during this conversation, me and Santana are floods.
I'm not going to cry, but
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if you wanted to, you could. And me and Santana are fucked. Like that's potential doxing right there. Our lives are on the line. It's very dangerous for us to talk to white people.
And if that happens, then you'd see me all over TikTok creating people, telling people to stop fucking with you guys. Like, and I follow Santana. I love Santana when he shows up. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
You don't even have to do that. People can just make videos around you, not listen to you, because we've seen this happen with other women.
That's fair too.
There you go. Just us having proximity to you is dangerous.
I just want to point out, you said, can I give you anything? I think this is the greatest data point. I mean, like there are many more that I can pull up, but this point of reference, Caroline Bryant, Donham, openly lied and caused Emmett Till to be murdered, right? She lived out the rest of her life not going to jail, not being held accountable, and she was able to grow old and die while being directly responsible for the death of a young black boy. This is one of many examples of how white women have directly been responsible for the death of not only black men, but black boys or black people, period, and have been able to live their lives in perpetuity, never seeing any type of accountability. So when you sit here and say, why should I be scared of you because of a white woman? That's why, right there, literally her. This is the specific, explicit template. This is the foundation of why. That's it.
Okay. I mean, there is nothing I can say here except for that she indirectly caused.
You keep saying indirectly. She directly.
It would be direct if she actually killed him.
She told the lie. She told the lie. She told the lie and caused his death. Indirectly would be if they were driving down the street and they got into a car accident. She didn't know it. It wasn't intentional. She intentionally lied and intentionally caused his death. There was intent. Directly. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay. Did you like Charlie Kirk?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Do you think he harmed trans people, black people?
I think he harmed every marginalized group, including women. I think he harmed women.
Why? He never did it.
People of color. I think.
Why? He never did it.
But I don't think I would never say he directly harmed them. I would say he indirectly harmed them by pushing an ideology.
Oh, so he wasn't a stochastic terrorist?
What?
He wasn't a sarcastic terrorist?
What is the definition of that? I'm not sure what that is.
A person who spreads propaganda.
Yes, he definitely was that.
Oh, okay. So did he harm people?
Do y'all see a difference between direct and indirect harm?
Why would I care when I still got stabbed at the end of the day?
I think that's like the greatest question. I think that's like the greatest question, right? Would you care if a man caused your direct or indirect harm? Would you still put them in that category of all men if they caused harm to you, but it was indirectly? But it was indirectly? But it was indirectly?
Bots,
Um,
sir. Let's go win California, Jay.
and then you see his fucking comment there. Congratulations,
All right,
bro.
guys. So I have a new job, and I want to introduce to you my new boss, sir.
Congratulations, bro. Yeah, Jordan is dope. Jordan is dope. Yo, that's the crazy part. Like, and Jay has said it too, right? Jay, let me see if I can find it. Like, the fact that he is a son of immigrants as well, and he's doing the damn thing, progressing the movement forward. I'm not gonna get emotional. We did that yesterday. But like, because of the people that follow him, the people that follow here, the people that follow everybody in that space, like y'all saw, I hope you guys saw Santana on Jubilee. Like the people that follow Santana, the people that follow Hector, Erica, Bill, I mean James Baldwin, Rach. I'm forgetting all these names, but yo, like these doors that are opening for us to actually like put our voices like to progress the movement. And fuck, like explain that to little, like if I had a time machine, how do I make 20-year-old Joey believe like, hey buddy, in 12 years your life is gonna be this? Like, explain that to little me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm over this app. Like this is mind blowing. I am over this app. Holy smokes.
I've never seen someone have such bad glitches. I'm not even having glitches like this.
Yeah, I uninstalled TikTok Studio and reinstalled it, and then for a couple of days, it actually stopped.
The worst timing.
Yeah, it does that every time. Like, but it stopped glitching for a couple days ago, and since their update again, it started doing the same thing. It's fucking mind blowing. Anyway, Ari, did you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah, at the end of the day, why would I care? I still got stabbed at the end of the day. And I think the chat was very telling, because while I was talking to you about the dangers white women pose to Black people, I had someone in the chat telling me that I was being dramatic, right? The pleas of Black people get dismissed when a white woman is talking, right? When white people are talking, right? We're acting as though that this hasn't happened, right? Emmett Till, right? If we're talking about Carolyn Bryant, he was accused of whistling, simply whistling. Simple as a whistle, and that ended his life, right? And we're seeing Black and brown people throughout the country today being put in trees, right? Being strange fruited. So to act as though that I'm being dramatic, right, when I'm talking to you is also, what is the danger, right? Like the danger is happening right now. This conversation is dangerous for us. This poses a threat to us. And you just refuse to acknowledge it, right? You're, well, it's indirectly harming you. It doesn't matter. I still got stabbed in the day. It doesn't matter to my family when I end up in a tree at the end of the day. Who does it matter? What does it matter at the end of the day when I'm no longer with my family?
That is true, but in the same way, I mean, I agree with you, but in that same sentence, we could say that it is dangerous for me to be talking to Santana because I'm a woman and men are killing and raping and torturing
Yes, that's the entire point. The issue here is that for some reason, you don't think it's analogous, but you can see it from the perspective of women. But for some reason, when we say white women, then you just lose all credibility because you're a white woman. Like, I'm sorry, but at this point, like, I'm over it. The only reason that the only reason that you're holding this position is not because I'm wrong. It's because you're a white woman. Like, that's the only reason you're holding this position.
I respect that you keep that position.
Yeah, no, he does. He doesn't really show up on my panel at all because he does not speak over women's voices. He barely shows up on my panel. He'll come support, but I talk about a lot of sex-based issues or gender-based issues, gender-based issues and sexual violence issues. And because he understands his position, he does not speak over me on these topics. So he does not disagree. You're the only one providing pushback here.
I mean, he has spoken over me quite a bit in the time that I've been up here.
Over race opposition. We're literally debating, Bubba. Don't try to feign any type of like, oh, this is a gotcha. It would be different if I was telling Ari, no, Ari, don't speak. I refuse to allow you to. I know what I'm saying is more important. Like, that would be what you would mean. But you're in a place of opposition. So no, you don't get comfort if we're having a debate.
Also, this topic is on race-based issues. He's a black man speaking to a white woman.
A debate is not meant to like make the other person in opposition of you feel really shitty and scared and all that kind of stuff.
How you feel about it? How
what a debate is meant to do.
How you feel about it has no. For me, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not trying to be rude, but if it comes off rude, I don't care. I don't care, right? Because then now we're going to feelings over lives here. Right? Like, this is like the same mentality that white women had about bathrooms. Like, black women weren't allowed to share bathrooms with white women because the same talking points that is used currently around trans people, that black women weren't women and should not be allowed to share space with white women. And it was just their feelings. So if I placated to your feelings in terms of my life, then I would no longer be here. I don't care about the feelings. I don't care if it makes you feel bad. If it makes you feel bad, that's something for you to unpack between you, yourself, and potentially your therapist if you have access to
Girl, nothing that you were saying is making me feel bad.
You just said that.
What I just said, you guys are twisting what I just said. What I just said is that a debate is not meant to make the opposition of the debate feel bad, anxious, triggered, any of that, which is what you're trying to do. The point
How are you wait. When am I trying to make someone feel bad or triggered? Or how?
Right now.
You're saying that I'm trying to make you feel bad or triggered.
You're not even letting me
so
finish
you're
my
saying that
sentence.
I'm trying to make you feel bad or triggered?
You're not letting me finish my sentence. So
Are
yes,
you saying that Ari and I? Okay, perfect. So Ari was exactly right with what she just said, and now we're talking about your feelings, and we're not talking about the lives of people anymore. So your feelings are the reason why. And guess what? I don't control your feelings.
My feelings are not hurt in this situation. I am telling you that in a debate, it is not. The point of this isn't. What I'm saying is that, yes, for most of the people, for the last woman that came up, she said, my father, she used the word mixed race. She jumped on that. And she said, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to. Okay, I didn't mean to.
And what did I say? That's okay.
My father and brother do not believe in races mixing. You jumped all over again.
Yes, because I'm correcting. Hey, have you ever heard me correct? Have you ever heard me? I don't give a fuck about you trying to justify it now. I don't. Have you ever heard me correct men when they're saying female? Have you heard me do that?
To be honest, I've mostly seen you with Dean or
okay. So there's the bigger picture, right? There's the bigger picture. The bigger picture is you've only seen me in the sense of a political space, right? And not understanding that, yes, while I do engage in politics, I care more about intersectionality than politics. Now you have come into my space assuming that it was just a political space and getting more than you actually bargained for. And now you walked into a place of being uncomfortable because no one has ever checked your whiteness as a white woman. And you are now triggered and uncomfortable. You're now triggered and uncomfortable because you came in here thinking that you were going to watch Trump supporters being dog walked and not knowing that this was going to be a call to action to check your whiteness. You had no clue that's what was going to happen. And since now you're in a space where we're telling you, you need to check your whiteness, you're uncomfortable. You were good. You followed me when you saw me dog walking Trump supporters. But now that I'm sitting here talking about white women, it makes you uncomfortable. And now you're upset. That's why I say this. The white women don't care about white supremacy. It's not to, somehow not to solicit a response or make people feel bad. It's literally to make people better. Because I know for a fact that this is a blind spot that white women have.
Part of white supremacy and upholding white supremacy is tone policing the response to white supremacy. So you're just more concerned on how people talk about their oppression rather than the actual oppression existing itself. Now you're more concerned about how Santana talks about his oppression as a Black man than the actual racial oppression that's happening. That's called tone policing.
Sent your request to come off mute. You've been muted.
I'm sorry, did you mute me or did I mute myself? Or what are you asking me to not be muted or muted?
You were muted. Would you like to respond to anything that I already said?
I'm saying that I'm not sitting here like, yeah, is it uncomfortable for me to sit here and listen to what you guys are saying? Sure. Do I feel like you guys are saying it in an aggressive tone? Yes. Am I still willing to sit here in my discomfort and have a conversation with you guys?
Fuck. You haven't started the slightest bit of fucking unpacking. Like you need to go check you're racist, bub. You need to go check that shit. You haven't even started to address those. You haven't started to address your racism. You sitting here calling Black people aggressive.
Sentence that I was about.
And I just muted you again. You sitting here saying that Black people addressing racism is us being aggressive is clearly indicative that you have no clue about racism, the system that we live in. Again, like all of this just speaks to the fact that you felt so uncomfortable because I'm talking about white women and you are a white woman. And so since you are a white woman, you said, not me. And you have then come up here and said that, oh, this isn't true. And then continue to antagonize Black people over us calling out racism and white supremacy all the time while saying that you're a race abolitionist without even knowing what a race abolitionist is.
Tell me what a race abolitionist is.
No, go educate yourself.
How would you like me to do that? I have read How to Be an Anti-Racist. I have listened to the 1619 Project. I have coffee with a Black man every week. How would you like me to do that?
Obviously, none of the shit is sticking if you're still like tokenizing. If you're still tokenizing and leaning into fucking microaggressions, then none of it is sticking, and you need to go back and do it again.
Gotcha.
Like literally, that's fucking mind blowing. As I'm calling you out for the microaggression about calling Black people aggressive, you then tokenize a Black person, which speaks to the fact that you're not paying attention to whatever the shit you're reading.
Okay.
How many lives do you sit in and listen to?
Rather than aggressive, I'll say you guys have assertively spoken over me very repeatedly. I am not here to have like an argument with you guys. I'm here, like I will stand next to y'all in whatever fucking argument you guys want to have. And in whatever fight you want to go, let's go. You know, like I will stand.
We
next to
don't
guys,
believe you.
but
You
I
need more
understand.
people, but I know you heard Ari speaking. Go ahead, Ari.
No, all I was saying was like, how many beyond Santana, how many creators you just seen a live of that are black and they're talking about racism?
And you can't even say beyond Santana, Ari, because she just admitted that she's never watched my live. She's only seen me on other
I've
panels.
watched it a few. I mean, you see, I'm one of your followers. I've watched it a few times. I haven't like sat and watched it a ton. Yes, I do know that you mostly talk about race, and I would say there's about 4
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
I literally just said 4 others, which I would not say is like, obviously anybody who's on TikTok, for me to say 4 is probably pretty genuine since it's not very fucking many. Even I can admit that that's not very fucking many.
And they're talking about race.
And yes, that are talking about race.
Who are those creators?
I mean, I wouldn't know I don't know their names, to be honest. I won't remember your name when we leave here. I followed you, but I won't remember your name. There's very, very few creators that I know.
But so then are you regularly watching their lives then if you don't know their names?
I mean, no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
No.
So we're not regularly watching lives from listening to black people talk about their experiences of racism.
I think there is the intersectionality, like where probably something like where your race, where you're talking, you said you're talking mostly about gender dynamics in your lives, but obviously race comes up in those. Like Danito is one that I was a moderator for a while. It's mostly gender, but yeah, race comes up a lot.
Doe's one of my mutuals. We talk about racism all the time.
Right. So I was one of her moderators for a while at the beginning. Like I used to be on her. I mean, I used to go on her lives. Like she'd be one, but I wouldn't say that she's talking about directly. I mean, obviously she is mostly talking about. Most of her stuff is on. It used to be. It was on gender more so than race.
I think when people stick to, because I see this all the time, and I encourage this amongst my community because obviously I have a big community of women, right? But typically people love to center, and I talk about this too with black men as well. Like typically they like to center the oppression that makes them feel good because it feels good to point the finger at other people, right? So it's very obvious to me when women always want to talk about patriarchy and go point, especially white women, point, man bad. Right. But then they don't go and look at the other things that they are participating in and the harm that they're doing. So it's not very lost on me that you're not also going on to spaces where they're specifically talking about racism. I was asking for a specific racism. Yes, I talk about gender topics a lot, but I have a topic where I do talk about race on my platform, right? You have creators like Super Solid, who's regularly, if you're here regularly, you know Super Solid comes on here often, and he always is talking about race. And one of his old faithful topic is Black people can't be racist, and he's always talking about it. So you're not sitting in the uncomfortable, you're sitting in the comfortable because it's comfortable to hear about your oppression as a woman, but it's not comfortable to hear how you're doing the oppression.
Do you think it's comfortable for, like, literally, do you think it's comfortable for me to sit here and have this conversation with you guys, with y'all just telling me that I am not, like, I'm sitting here in good faith trying to have a conversation with you? So, yeah, I mean,
we think that you're retreating to a place of comfort because you, instead of actually trying to be receptive, like the reason why you're sitting in a place of comfort is because I'm not knocking you for like not knowing things, right? Like intellectually speaking, you know, like you're not someone that lacks intelligence, right? And you also understand the entire premise. The reason why we're saying that you're sitting in your comfortability, not just because to Ari's point, you keep inhabiting those spaces where they're specifically targeting men and not addressing the other issues, i.e. racism, but right here, right now, the disconnect for you, even though you understand the overarching premise, because the same premise that works in all white people to no white people, all men and to no men, is the premise of white women don't care about white supremacy. But you are refusing to actually intellectually engage in that because it makes you feel uncomfortable, because you're not talking about all white people anymore. You're not specifically talking about men, which you're like to actually bring that back to, but we're now talking about a group that you're a part of. And since it's a group that you're a part of, you are unwilling to say that it's the entire group. You're othering yourself when you would not allow anyone else to other yourself. If I came to you and said, well, it's not all men, then you would be having the same reaction. The reason why you're fighting so hard is because we're talking about the group that you belong to. Not because you don't understand it, because you absolutely understand it. On a fundamental level, you get all of this, but you're fighting it so hard because now, instead of us talking about men or Trump supporters or anyone else, we're talking about you and the group that you belong to.
Okay, I think I just got it. I think the thing is that I would not say that men don't care about women's issues. I would not say that. I would say that which is what you just said. That's what it is. That's where I think the difference is that I would not say all men don't care about women's issues. I would say that we need to be afraid of all men until it's no men, because we can't tell the difference. But I would not say that all men don't care about women's issues.
So now you're saying it's just an issue with the phrasing, not the premise behind it, but the phrasing, even though I explained the premise.
That's kind of what I feel like you guys have been doing the whole time with me. I mean, aggressive versus assertive, like that's kind of what you've been doing.
Oh, no. See, you're telling me that I should use different words to actually debate the same point. I'm not changing the point. I'm telling you that calling black people aggressive is a microaggression. Like that, you're still not getting it.
I know. I understood the point that you were making, that aggressive, you're saying, is a microaggression. I am sorry for that. I should have said assertive. I will say assertive from this point forward. Like, I am not, if you're saying it's a microaggression, I didn't mean it to be, and I apologize. I am saying that.
Yeah, no.
Well, yeah. Well, I would say men don't care about women's issues.
Seconds, ladies. And when you're checking out with 5 to 4 tights, ladies, you're getting 5 or 4 tights for the price of 1, ladies, when that flash sale ends, okay? Tara, congratulations. What size for number 7? Mika, give me 1 second, my love, okay? 13 seconds. What is number 7?
I got her. Number 7 is gonna be the jacket, baby.
The full zip?
Yeah.